Welcome, trainers and all, to the European League 2025, brought to you by Unity Clash. I'm your show host, Matin, and I'm joined by the amazing NA colleague of mine, Husky Star, bringing you the Week 11 broadcast. Husky, how are you doing today?
What's up? This is so funny because I thought that my little picture would get blown up a little bit. You can see all my tabs as well, so that's also nice. But yeah, unfortunately, this internet problem I've been having means I can't have a camera on today. But I'm pretty sick. I promise you, you're not missing out on my face.
I mean, we all love the adorable Whooper on the screen anyways. When is Whooper going to come to Unite? That is the question, chat. But let's give you an overview of what this event is, like we like to do every week. So this is a 4-month-long event. We're going through 12 weeks of regular season, which has been decided by a round robin. We're now in week 11, so the playoffs are very, very close, chat. It will be followed by those playoffs where only the top 12 teams from this league will play in group stages, and only 8 will play in a double elimination bracket, and top 6 teams will qualify for EUL Masters. We're very close to it. This is week 11, Husky. I've had the chance to cast a couple of these with you, and it's been an absolute blast, right?
Yeah, these are some really, really fun games. And the teams are also, there's a lot of really close teams. And I think it's been that way throughout the entirety of this stage of the tournament. So we're getting really down to the wire here. These games are going to start getting really, really good if they weren't already.
I mean, 2 of the games that we have today, chat, both teams have the exact same record. So it is going to be very exciting as we get down to the wire here. Let's have a look at the standings and see where teams currently are. As we mentioned, a couple that will be kicking off today are tied with their record. So wait for production to bring that up on the screen. The biggest question is, though, Ultimate, a team that we will see play. They are the number 1 here in the EUL. They are completely undefeated, although they did lose a sub-map within a game. So that does beg the question. They're not completely invincible, Husky.
Yeah, they're not completely invincible, but they are doing very well looking at the standings right now. They have not lost a set. And I mean, the streak of 10 wins just kind of goes to show. They are doing very, very well, but the teams right behind them are also doing very well. Cafe Demand and TE is the enemies. So yeah, very, very interesting standings. And Ultimate, it seems like the team to beat what we've seen. I mean, it is possible.
Oh, 100%. I honestly believe that number 2 or 3 spot, they could be the team to beat them. Although it was Banana Peelers that took the game away from them. They're currently in that 4th spot, but look how close it is between Banana Peelers and the Victory Road here, chat. They're tied on their points. We look further down. Mia Familia versus Do You Like Pineapple is a game that we are going to see. They are currently tied on points. So it's going to be an incredible day today where we see who manages to overcome the other. But it's top 12 that make it through to the playoffs, chat. Now have a look at that 12th position. It's very contested down there between Sharma Squad that we'll see, Verbs Esports, Zeri Esports, and Plus Ultra. Any game win could make you leapfrog the others and get yourself in or out of those playoffs.
Yeah, and we're going to see a couple of those teams today as well. I think, a lot of times the most exciting to see some of these top teams, but I feel like some of these lower ranking team matches really going to be interesting because it could be the difference between whether you move on or not. And a lot of these top teams, they already know into that group stage. So the Me Familia match and Do You Like Pineapple match, that's going to be a really, really good one.
I think that they're so closely contested on how good of teams they are as well. So I cannot wait for that. Let's bring up the schedule and show you all the games that we have going on today, chat. We're going to be bringing you 4 games today. Shawarma Squad versus Los Duros to kick things off. And Los Duros, they've had a little bit of a resurgence recently, putting up some very strong fights in multiple tournaments here in the EU region. Pineapple are going to take on Mia Familia, as we just mentioned. The winner of that will overcome the other in the league standings. Ultimate are going to take on Cafe du Matin. They are looking to be the ones that can cause the upset to Ultimate, who are yet to falter. And Banana Peelers will finally fight it off against the Victory Road, another set of teams that are very much on each other's heels there. So every game has meaning today in the EUL.
Yeah, oh, 100%. I'm really excited to see all of these games, but this Ultimate and Cafe du Matin game is going to be especially interesting if Cafe can pull thing off for this team. And then as well, the Familia and Pineapple game, those teams are right next to each other. Same with Shawarma Squad and Los Duros, the first match that we're going to see today. Those teams are right up against each other too. This is a great set of a couple games that we're going to be bringing to you today.
And I believe we do have some stats that we can go through as well. Not much, but we did have, of course, you know, a new map has come to, well, I say new map, a changed map, I will say, because I'm still salty, it's not a brand new map, has come to Pokemon Unite, but we do have a much better final objective, a lot of tweaks to bushes, to experience, so these stats, very interesting since that happened. Looking at last week, these are the top 10 most played Pokemon, and we have had a couple of teams that haven't been able to give us their stats, but looking at this, look how tight it is, Husky. It's pretty crazy that Charizard is taking the lead there.
Yeah, Charizard is still very good. I mean, it got a little bit of a nerf, but I feel like the Unite move was kind of the linchpin for Charizard's success previously. So the fact that that wasn't changed, I think Charizard is still a great option. I am a little bit surprised to continue to see Garchomp being played a lot. I think that's a Pokemon that EU always hangs on to more than the NA region, which is where I'm familiar with mostly. And even, like, Garchomp was really good for a while, and then it got a little bit of nerfs, and I feel like EU still hangs on to Garchomp a lot. And it does have a lot of success so far. 75% win rate, pick rate almost, or exactly half the time. Garchomp is definitely a surprise to me, but a lot of EU players play this Pokemon very well.
Yeah, we've got a lot of all-rounders here in the EU region that very much enjoys that Pokemon. Along with Serena, I'm surprised we don't see Serena there because they love playing it in the EU region. But I do feel like the extra experience that we're now seeing in at least those first 3 minutes makes such a huge change to those Pokemon that get those free stage evolutions. So I think that's why we'll continue to see it at least here in the EU region. Our next stats, let's bring them up. It's going to be the most banned Pokemon. No surprises here, Husky?
Yeah, no, not really. I mean, I always talk about Suicune, obviously. We can just skip right past that one. That one obviously is being banned. But I talk about this every single time I cast. Blissey, they have tried so hard to ruin this thing, and it's still just so strong that it gets prioritized in that ban list. Or if it's not banned, it's getting picked. Blissey is still just so strong. I love my supporters. I'm glad that supporters are really good. But this thing, I don't know what they could even do to it at this point because they have tried so hard to make it not as good, and it just continues to be dominant.
One of those rare Pokemon where both movesets just have so much like capability to help your team out that it will always be good. So I'm with you 100% of the way. It's kind of the same with Hooper, realistically, because you have that capability of doing a roll call, bringing your team to you for different plays that you might have, or even rotating people between the lanes. You'll always have that Pokemon as being either a must ban or a must pick up in a lot of these games. But Venusaur, the glow up of Venusaur since the recent patch, Husky, I am so on board with it.
The Venusaur, and I did want to also bring that up, the fact that Venusaur did get a buff, and it's another Pokemon where both of its movesets can be viable depending on the composition that you're running. Solar Beam is doing really well, and then Petal Dance, Giga Drain is more of that all-rounder style of build with a lot of sustain. And Venusaur, though it is an attacker Pokemon, it can be played in different roles, and I think we're not seeing as many attackers right now, at least in competitive. Venusaur is kind of the one, and I believe Mew, at least in EUL, that have been consistently picked up by these teams. And it just kind of goes to show, like, the attackers that are getting played are very flexible attackers. So I am interested to see if teams are still bringing out attackers or they're just, you know, on a game-to-game basis. But it doesn't really seem like besides Venusaur that there's any attackers really standing out competitively.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. I love the flexibility that we have with some of those Pokemon. Looking at the secure stats here, Ultimate still leading it with a 75% secure for 12 objectives that they've gone for, but we see, I mean, even as down as Azeri Esports, they've got 72% of their objectives secured with going for 11 there, Husky, but they're currently 12th place in the league. So it's not directly giving them the wins they're looking for.
This is a really interesting stat here, because I always like the ones where it shows us like the types of objectives that we had too, and there's just so many more objectives on this new version of Thea Sky Ruins that like you have to prioritize a little bit differently. You don't know where they're going to be showing up on the map. You've got Reggie Drago as a brand new objective that shows up that's really beneficial, so it is interesting to see, like, though teams are playing these objectives and getting some secures on them, it doesn't seem to have as clear of a win percentage, especially with Azeri Esports, Victory Road being so, Los Duros as well, Crash Out being like so high up in that objectives list. It is just very interesting that objectives, you know, they used to kind of mean like if you secured objectives, you win the game, but it doesn't seem to be that way here.
It's that one of those things where it kind of breaks what people expect to see with these kind of stats, because you're like, yeah, getting the objectives in a game, if you get, you know, so many of them, it's basically going to direct you towards a win. But you look at the stats and it doesn't actually lead that way, as we see Ultimate and Azeri with the same kind of percentage secured, but not really. Complete opposite ends of the league table, really. So it is very interesting. I believe we do have the pie graphs that you love so much that tell us the different secures that they've gone for. Let's see if production are able to bring that up. But if not, it just shows that Reggie Drago is the one that I want to see, Husky, because I think that has the potential of being one of the most objectives in the game, sort of like after Groudon. Realistically, it gives so much experience in this game. Yeah,
Reggie Drago even had to be nerfed a little bit after it came out, because it was doing really well. It was really strong. And this one, yeah, here they are, Reggie Drago being taken 33% of the time. And then obviously the other ones, like the 3 previously bottom Reggies, now rotating Reggies, I guess.
Anywhere,
you know, they're
Reggies.
a little bit more even in terms of like their spawn rate and stuff. And it is interesting though how much Reggie Drago is prioritized, especially in that early game.
It is nice to see the comeback of Regice. I think the last time me and you were here on the cast, or Regice wasn't around much in that pie graph. Reggie Steele is, I mean, it's on tied with it now, but I guess the introduction of Reggie Drago will make that difference. But yeah, I mean, pretty balanced across the board realistically. Groudon's another interesting one, because of course it's not the be all and end all of a game as Rayquaza felt, so it's definitely one of those where you want to secure it, but you can't just go sprint and try and score goals anymore. You have to have some game plan once you get that objective. Yeah, I mean, we are always looking for the elusive triple Regice game. We don't know, you know, I wasn't there when we had it, unfortunately. We had another one last week. I wanted to tag you as well. It's twice we've had it now. We're hoping for it today. But on Groudon specifically, it is good that they've put something out that is still very prioritized. I mean, 87.5%. Yeah. You still want to go to Groudon. You still want to take Groudon. But it's not necessarily you get Groudon and you win the game. There's a little bit more strategy to it. Having an end game objective that could flip your chances of winning, I think, is really important. And I think the developers have been kind of looking for something like this that's a little bit more balanced, but still gives an opportunity for the losing team to come back to encourage players to stay in the game. So I think right now Groudon is looking really, really good. Based on what we've seen so far. And it does just make you play out the game, you know? 100% agree with you. It's such a massive step forward. So, you know, you've got to give kudos where it's due. A huge shout out to the developers for making that change. And you're absolutely right. It's one of those where you do want to continue playing those final 2 minutes, because we've seen it in EUL alone since it dropped, that it makes a difference. A team will get that objective but still eventually lose the game for whatever reason. So I'm with you all of the way, but I think what we'll do now is have a look at these predictions. I think that's going to be the next thing we're going to bring up, because we try to predict the games, chat, and what I'm not with you on, Husky, is some of these games, because I felt like, I mean, first game I wanted Los Duros because I think they're playing incredibly well, especially in the past couple of weeks. but I really wanted to go for Mia Familia, but I was like, I gotta go for something that's the opposite because we're both casting and we gotta have, you know, a bit of skin in the game here. And Do You Like Pineapple? Just as close.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun to see some of these games. 'Cause I'm not as familiar, so I was looking at the records. I was looking at, you know, their win streaks and how they have done recently, and I was like, it looks like everybody's kind of thinking, Do You Like Pineapple's gonna pull this one out? I'm like, well, they're really close together. I feel like it could go either way, but as much as I would also like to see Cafe Du Monde do really well, I just feel like Ultimate might be unstoppable right now. But these are. We already talked about how you know, really interesting these games are gonna shape up to be.
Yeah, I felt like the Ultimate we saw, they lost a game last time. They didn't lose the set, and everybody knows how incredible of a team they are. Everyone knows how amazing I think they are, but I was like, there's something in Cafe Du Martin in these previous weeks that I think they could do it, you know, and we have had some changes to Ultimate's team. We have lost a couple of players and some people have rejoined, so it's going to be the most interesting game of the day, I think. And then we're pretty tied on Banana Peelers versus the Victory Road here. Me and you, we're back in the Victory Road, whereas Production, they're all bananas all the way.
Yeah, this one could be an interesting one too. I would still, you know, love to see Banana Peelers win, but I was like, you know, I feel like the Victory Road seems like sort of an underdog team throughout this entire series, and you know, maybe they could pull this one out. But yeah, either way, we're gonna have a lot of good games to watch today.
I mean, it gets better and better each week, and the fact that I love how it's turned out, because now we've got 2 games where they're gonna really make a difference. So very excited for this one, chat. I do want to talk about Los Duros because they had a difficult run-in to begin with in this league. They went on a loss streak. I can't remember how many, but it was difficult for them to get going. They went up against great competition straight away. But in this mid to sort of end of this league, they've had a huge bounce back. They've put in massive shifts. I believe they took out Crash Out GG in the previous week. Maybe it was the other way around. Either way, I found them really impressive. They've had a bounce back, and I cannot wait to see where this one goes, as we see Los Duros here with a 4-6 record, and then Sharma Squad with a 2-8 record currently.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. Los Duros, I definitely feel like they're the stronger team here out of the two of them, but Sharma Squad has been doing decently well. They just need to they need to just kind of like figure out a couple rough patches throughout their gameplay, and I feel like both of these teams are really solid.
Cannot wait to see where it goes. Yeah, Sharma Squad again, a very exciting team, but they have not had a good run as when they came in. But look in here, these are the teams. So Los Duros is Oscar, Louisin, Danny, Albanoa, and No Way. And as you can see, top 8 UCS there with Worlds 2024 for Oscar. Danny, by the way, one of my favorite ranged attackers. We were talking about them earlier, Husky. They will be the ones that play the exciting ranged attackers today.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to see. Who did Oscar play for in Worlds?
I'm not certain. We'll get production to confirm. Because I believe the others played this year in top 8 UCS.
Nice, yeah. A lot of strong players on this team, and a lot to look forward to here in this match for them.
I believe it was the Spanish team from what I'm hearing from production, which is exciting. They're a great team, though. I mean, of course, Los Duros, they're definitely a Spanish side of things, but Albanoa as well is kind of the unsung hero. Oscar, I mean, always in the face. Same with Louisin. You've got the all-rounders, you've got the speedsters, but Albanoa is the unsung hero of support for Los Duros, and they do so well at allowing Oscar and Louisin to do what they need to do.
Yeah, I'm not as familiar with all these players, nor am I super familiar with these teams besides through EUL, so seeing what they bring to the table today is going to be really interesting.
It was I call them Team Alphabet. It's the ABCDEF squad for EU that they played for.
Yeah, I remember that team.
It was a nightmare to call their name out as you cast it, so I just called them Team Alphabet because it was much easier.
Yeah.
These are their strongest picks so far, Husky, and as we have a look, very good in regards to their supports, especially on the side of the Hooper and the Alchemy. Slowbro has been used quite a bit by this team, especially in the previous weeks where we saw a lot of Charizard. But they're all-rounders, a little bit struggling in regards to win rate for them.
Yeah, is this the win rates or the pick rates in terms of the percentages? Okay. Cool. So I love seeing Alchemy. I feel like Alchemy is really strong, and we just haven't seen it a lot competitively after it was super broken and then got nerfed. So I do love seeing a support that likes to pick up this Pokemon.
So just got confirmation. So it's strongest picks, but the percentages are the win rates. So
Okay.
a 16.7% win rate for the Blaziken there with 12 matches picked. Very, very interesting. We'll have to see how they adjust, because I mean Suicune doesn't get through much. We've already seen it as the most banned Pokemon, but we're seeing, you know, when it does come through, it's not had that much of an effect for Lost Euros here with 13 matches and a 38% win rate.
Yeah, I mean, Suicune is still just one that you're gonna pick if it makes it through bans. Like, you just kind of have to. But it seems like this Slowbro has been really good for them. They've won a good amount of matches with it. And it's a defender that's always pretty good, but recently there's just been defenders that are stronger, they just do more, and because the meta is so in your face, having a Slowbro Unite move to shut down one Pokemon isn't often the call, but some teams still do use it very effectively.
And we obviously talk about the Leafeon quite a bit. I feel like, especially on this new map, Leafeon already in a probably the best state in regards to species in the meta, but this new map, even better with the extra experience, extra routes to try and take people down for those early KOs. So I'm expecting to see quite a bit of Leafeon today.
Leafeon is one of my favorite Pokemon, but I feel like you're like I feel like it's just been cursed on this new map. But let's take a look at the Shawarma Squad team.
Yeah, so Fire Starby here, Vonamananson, Sint, LS the Maid, and Panda are the squad of Shawarma that bring us into this one. Looking at their accolades so far, they're very close to hitting those top sides of UCS within that sort of top 10 region right now. Multiple top 17 places, 13th place in the March Cup as well. So they're just on the outside of that sort of top 10 bracket that they're looking to get into. And all of this competition is only going to make them better.
Yeah, just one of those teams where they've been playing competitive for some time, but just can't really seem to get in those top ranks. So maybe this could be their season, but let's take a look at some of their strongest picks.
Yeah, I believe in them. Again, plenty of all-rounders here. I like to see the Lapras that we've been seeing quite a lot of recently, Husky. It's kind of had a bit of a resurgence with this new-looking map. Right now, 5 matches picked up for Shawarma Squad, only a 20% win rate, but they are low on the side of like the league, where you see whereabouts they are. So these win rates, you've got to consider that they've been going up against a lot of competition, and they came in and kind of developed a bit of a loss streak in this league to begin with.
I'm not surprised to see the Buzzwole up there. It's really strong. Blaziken as well, Suicune. These all-rounders, I hate them, but they are very strong, and there's a lot of options for them. But it is going to be interesting to see what they're bringing to the table in this game number 1 of Los Duros versus Shawarma Squad.
Ooh, we may have accidentally fallen into the Darkrai dimension here as we just see the grey screen. Bit of a worse nightmare.
Oh, come on. Already? Broadcast hasn't even started yet, and we're already on the Darkrai dimension of sadness. But another thing that I like to see on Shawarma Squad's picks is that Mamoswine and Lapras. You were saying you really like the Lapras. I like when teams bring out defenders that are a little lesser used, and the Mamoswine is one of them that I think can be still very strong.
Yeah, it's one of those Pokemon where, like, of course you want to get it to that later stage of Mamoswine, but even at that Swin or Piloswine sort of level, it's still very good. Like, you can still do a lot of crowd control, which is why I think it's one of the most underrated, and I'm sure the Zonks would agree.
Yes, absolutely. Here we go. We get out of the gray screen, and we are seeing these bans get lined up. Crustle ban, Ho-Oh, Leafeon, so we're not going to be seeing that Leafeon off the bat. And then we've got the Snorlax, Suicune, Alolan Raichu ban.
I love the fact that Shawarma have banned the Alolan Raichu because Danny is an absolute menace on that Pokemon. But now they get access to this Venusaur that I've been calling all along, Husky, in this EUL since this new map. You've got to ban it or you've got to take that Pokemon. It's ridiculously strong.
It is very strong. Not surprised to see it first pick. You don't often see an attacker first pick unless it's super, super broken. But the Venusaur is at that point now. And they're going to grab the Lapras away from Shawarma Squad, I guess. They want to see, they liked that they were picking it, and they'll take it away from them, as well as that Hoopa. But on the other side, the Buzzwole's coming back, and the Blissey, which somehow skated through those bans, is going to be picked up here.
Yeah, we have been seeing a lot of Eldegoss paired with that top laner, but if you can get Blissey, you're going to, and that's going to be a perfect combo. Sint is going to throw in the Armor Rouge here, and we're going to have to keep an eye on whether it's going to be Fire Spin or Armor Cannon. We've been seeing much more Armor Cannon since the changes to it. Lati Blue has been locked in, Latios on the side of Los Duros, so much range damage. Kind of makes me think it might be a bit of Petal Dance, but it still looks like a Bimu to me.
Yeah, the items would make me say Venusaur, but now with this Latios coming in, this is an interesting pick. I actually just secured my green ribbon on Latios because I'm cringe, and I played all of the broken things. And this Pokemon, I feel like still Dragon Pulse is really strong, but now with a stationary team like Shawarma Squad, you know, they're very brawly and kind of in your face, especially if we do see a Fire Spin on this Armor Rouge. Draco Meteor could be a good call, and then pairing that with a Solar Beam, like that's a lot of really strong range damage.
Yeah, I'm actually with you. It's going to be close team fighting going on in this squad. I mean, even if it is an Armor Cannon, like it's probably going to be the only thing in the back line, and a Venusaur Beam will be able to nearly delete it. So this is going to be quite a good matchup. I feel like looking at it, Los Duros just kind of edges the comp for themselves here.
Yeah, I mean that Venu first pick already, you know, when you have something where you have to ban out like a Alolan Raichu, which is a really strong Pokemon, but you have to ban that out, and that just gives the options of the attackers that they want to pick over to Los Duros. There's not really much you could do in the second pick slot. Like they take that Venusaur, and then you're kind of locked into your Blissey pick, and to make sure that you can get at least something that you might want.
Rightly so. Here we go. This is week 11 of the European League, set 1. Los Duros here on your purple side, and Shawarma Squad are going to take your orange side.
It's going to be interesting to see this top path for sure, because Buzzwole's going to want those stacks, but Gibble notoriously good at preventing those stacks. On the bottom path, you have Lapras with that EXP share. A couple secures there for Los Duros, taking everything away from Shawarma Squad.
That is such a difficult lane to go up against, Husky. The Lapras constantly in your face, steals your citrus berries away as well. And Danny, I mean, of course, people say Bulbasaur doesn't have the best secure, but that boosted is fantastic.
Yeah, it's harder. It's like, it's not that it doesn't have a good secure, it's just that it's harder to time it out. And they will just take everything. Not a single secure is going over to Shawarma Squad, but Lapras gets very low. They will go down. Unfortunately, Venusaur, still just Bulbasaur, is going to have to retreat. They're getting close to that level 5. Wow, what a great play there to pick up that double.
They got burnt. The passive coming in for Sint clutch there, and they find the KO, getting ever so closer to Armor Rouge. Shawarma Squad are the first ones to have points on the board, and a quick rotation from Buzzwole here to go for those Narus.
Yeah, Buzzwole heading into that central area. They are not quite level 5, but they're getting a little bit closer. The top path, Latios, the central area Pokemon for Los Duros, has gone with the Dragon Pulse moveset. So as much as they can, they're going to be looking for opportunities to stack up the Eon power just by hitting enemy Pokemon with the Dragon Pulse or getting last hits on pieces of wild Pokemon experience.
8:20, we got 20 seconds before the Regidrago comes on in. Looks like Los Duros are going to try and continue to push that top side. And this is what I've noticed from this new map, Husky. So many times before the 7-minute mark, we have these free stage Evo Pokemon hitting that later stage. Venusaur with the Unite move I've seen multiple times at the 7-minute mark.
Yeah, I think because of the experience rebalancing, it is much easier to get those levels up, but I guess because of the buffering, we're gonna come back to us for a second. But yeah, I think even like if I'm playing attackers in path, if you have an EXP share, I find it much easier to get online earlier. So, I mean, I think that's why sometimes playing scaling Pokemon can be a little bit more helpful, but at the same time, playing not scaling Pokemon that don't need a ton of experience to be strong can also be really good because you're just able to start snowballing even earlier.
Yeah, it feels like at the moment, and especially since Groudon has come in, there's a lot more importance on being able to control the majority of the game, and we've been seeing lots of teams, Ultimate, do it really well, just scoring and scoring and scoring, trying to give themselves a consistent lead. So when it comes down to Groudon, you are like 300 points in the lead. That's a very comfortable place to be in with this new map. It's not like 8 minutes of the game goes away and then only the final 2 minutes matter. So huge adjustments. I'm very much on board with it, and the teams have really picked up on that.
Yeah, especially because you can defend against a Groudon buff. If you are ahead, then you'd probably rather just not lose anybody in that final fight. And even if you don't secure Groudon, you just try your best to defend those goal zones. Obviously, if you are like 300 points ahead, you can probably handedly win that end game fight. But it just gives as well so much more insurance to go into those last 2 minutes.
Yeah, 100%. I feel like it's one of those where teams have begun to realize that you have to fight with those Groudon buffs, pushing those pads. You definitely can't just try and go to score like people tried to do as soon as it came in. Teams have cottoned on quick, and you have to take the team fight before you try to score, and that's when you can really have a good push in those final few moments. But because this unstoppable scoring doesn't exist anymore, Husky, we've seen the fanciful fireworks. It means these T1 goals are even more important to try to break them or get rid of them before that final moment.
Yeah, I mean, teams have caught on quick, but not my solo queue teammates. Oh wait, this game isn't live, right? So we're just going right back to where we were before. We didn't actually miss anything.
We've not at all. We're going to crack it straight on. Hooper's going to find Blissey there. They're looking at the points, though. Lostero's managing to take a little bit of a lead at the moment. Levels-wise, pretty even as well, but I think the Blaziken's going to be the biggest threat so far.
Oh, Latios now reaching that level 8. And Hoopa with the hyperspace hole able to provide some extra healing. Oh, look at the beams as well. You just, even if your Blaziken set up in that tall grass trying to charge an overheat, a solar beam just chunks you so hard.
Then Latios just comes and locks you down as well. So this is going to be tough for Swammer's squad. The control is here from Losteros, trying to see if they can get on in his Blaziken, but the zoning is here. They're going to be shut down by No Way. There's no way through for them as Regirock gets ripped here by Danny. And that's going to be it. Swammer's squad are just going to accept the fact that they're not getting that objective.
I wish you could see how many Eon power stacks that Latios has, because it already looks like they've got at least 50 trying to get close to that 75 mark, but look how much damage it's doing already. Blaziken trying to catch Lapras out, not able to. The Hoopa with the big reset, and the solar beam comes in, takes down the tree.
Oh, the Eon Blast to say goodbye to the Trevenant as well, or the Blaziken rather, and that is going to be Lostero scoring plenty of points, breaking that T1 pad and giving themselves already nearly a 200-point lead.
Yeah, that's another thing I've noticed on this version of the map is it is kind of just better to break goal zones earlier than you'd think. I haven't, like, even breaking them before the first objective spawn, I feel like is still pretty good. Just because putting map pressure on, especially with like so much more experience on the map and more objectives, like having opportunities to score is just that much more important.
Right now, Losteros are just trying to control Shrama's squad's side of the field. They finally defeat Lapras, but it's just meant this central area has been decimated by the Lally Blue and Hooper. 40 dunk coming in from Oscatar as well as they pounce onto Blaziken here. They managed to get themselves away, Paul, just to save the team.
Yeah, 3 members of Shawarma Squad, now 4 members, everybody trying to see if they can catch this Garchomp out, not able to. Hoopa doing some juking here. Oh, they all try to walk through and then just chunked down by this Venusaur. That is not looking great for the squad.
Huge Verdant Anger is going to come through. The eject button isn't going to work with the beam just yet. They managed to get away as well. Blaziken, by the skin of their teeth, get themselves out of that position. Sin got a concern here as the Dragon Rush comes through. Oscatar finds the KO. Los Duros are demanding respect in this bottom lane.
Yeah, it is not looking great for Shawarma Squad right now. They're just all over the map, and they can't really seem to catch anybody out. Registeel now spawns in the bottom path. There is nobody up in that top path where Regieleki is sitting, so it's possible that Shawarma could look for an opportunity to go for that, but now that Hoopa is ready to transport everybody to that top path, it's not looking like they're going to be able to mount a push here.
Thank you, bus driver, says Los Duros, although they've been caught out and they're sent back to the bus station as they managed to find the KO. So now you're not going to have Rings Unbound to pull the entire team up here. Shawarma Squad, they need to go for this now while they've got the chance.
Yeah, I like the KO on Hoopa there. They have now just spawned, but Regieleki getting very low, looking for an overheat to charge, and it is going to be the armor cannon to pick up that secure. But at the same time, Trevenant got KO'd in the back, and unfortunately for Shawarma Squad, they're just going to have to back off.
Yeah, you can't capitalize on that, unfortunately. Regidrago is about to come on in, but again, Los Duros, they're going to leave Oscitar to handle that push from that Aleki whilst they go for the Regidrago here. Shawarma Squad, the only thing they can do realistically is try and get some experience right now.
Look at this Lapras just standing at 3 of them, walking on top of them, and the amount of damage, even with the Water Pulse and the Bubble Beam for a defender Pokemon, is just so much when this thing is over leveled. The Trevenant pushes them inside of the hyperspace hole, but the Blissey is able to block them from going back. It doesn't even end up mattering because Venusaur is still on the field.
That would have been such a fantastic combo if they could have got a KO out of it. But yeah, Danny just comes in, picks up a clean free KO, wants to get more experience to Boo and Sint right now. Very difficult to defend that pad by yourself against the Lapras. Rest of the team will come and back them up. Oscitar, just a legal movement up here. The Dragon Rush picks them up. Livid Outrage is used. Under 3 minutes though, Husky.
Yeah, that is a late Unite move, but I think that's a good call. Shawarma Squad getting that KO on a level 14 Garchomp I think is much more detrimental than using a Unite move a little bit early, or I guess late, at a not optimal time. Not as optimal time as you'd want. Garchomp probably will be able to get a couple pieces of experience and get that back, but they definitely won't have it at the start of the fight, so that could be an opportunity for Shawarma Squad.
Registeel as well is the last thing that Shawarma Squad wanted Los Duros to have, but they're getting themselves in a pretty aggressive position here as Shawarma Squad, trying to see if they can go for some possible ambush, trying to get some vision on where Los Duros are going to be. But this is what I talked about, Husky. Look at these T1s that Los Duros have to be concerned about.
Yeah, they have to worry about potential back caps, but if they do go for a back cap, you've got a Garchomp and a Venusaur that can easily rip down that Groudon and take away your win condition. Latios in that backside just chipping away as well, and Buzzwole just can't figure out how to get in on them. Lapras might be caught here, Tano.
Grouped him up though, Verdant Aga's going to come on through. Bliss Assistance having to try and save the Blaziken here, but Los Duros have ripped down Shawarma Squad. Only Blaziken and Armarouge left, backed up to their T2 pad. And Los Duros now have all the space in the world, and they're going to grab that Groudon buff.
You cannot group up when you have a Rings Unbound and a Solar Beam flying at you. That Verdant Anger was unreal, coming down on top of everybody. You thought maybe you could pick up a KO on that Lapras? Not at all. Venusaur gonna get 100. No, Blaziken does show up, comes back down, but they will have to back off if they want an opportunity to re-push after. But 431 to 28, I hate to call it early, but I feel like this game is just about over.
I'm not sure there's enough change on the field for Shawarma Squad to get themselves over this mountain, unfortunately. A brilliant engage by Los Duros. They definitely felt like they could have got that pick on No Way, but of course all it meant is that Shawarma Squad had to group up to try and find that, and a perfect Verdant Anger with a massive beam comes through from Danny and just enables Louisian to throw extra damage in with this Lally Blue.
So far our predictions are going as we thought. Los Duros taking a very convincing game 1 and even continuing to KO enemy Pokemon in their own base goal zone. That's supposed to be the safest spot for you, but it's not anymore. The Solar Beam still chunking half of the Armarouge while it's standing in the safety of its base. Very convincing game number 1 for Los Duros. I do not know if it's possible at this point for Shawarma Squad to come back after such a devastating loss in game 1.
Because it's one of those things where what adjustments do you make? Because if you ban out the Venusaur, which I honestly think you should, it does open up something like that Alolan Raichu. But then if you continue to ban that, you are using 2 bans on ranged attackers. We know how many Pokemon are in this game right now that are so ridiculously strong, Husky.
Yeah, exactly. And you were talking about that Venusaur being a threat. It absolutely was. Look at that, 8 and 13 here. But also the Garchomp that I was talking about earlier as a Pokemon that EU seems to really enjoy, grabbing that MVP, most points scored. Also, wow, look at the damage numbers. You know what? 130k. Yeah, that's pretty good, I would say.
30% of your team's damage, and I mean, Louisian was absolutely cooking. We saw the stacks that they had. They've dropped 95. It's crazy how good the double ranged attacker comp has gone for Lost Heroes there, because Drama Squad, they were very brawly. They had to really go in, and then they're facing the Lapras and the Garchomp. If you did, you couldn't get on to those ranged attackers.
Yeah, it was definitely a tough one for Shawarma Squad. I feel like they just kind of have to hope for a mistake at this point. They had a fantastic team composition, and they played their Pokemon very well. Everyone on their team, the micro was very good. They know their Pokemon, they know their role. It just seemed like, unfortunately, Los Duros is just the team with more team chemistry. I don't really know if there's anything team comp-wise they could really change up. Maybe instead of Armarouge, you go with a little bit of a stronger backliner. You try to take that Venusaur away, make sure that they don't have access to that. But how are you really going to ban out Danny? Like, if you ban out an attacker that they're really good at, like a Alolan Raichu, they just pick another one and still do just as good.
Yeah, look at the damage taken by those 2 ranged attackers, Husky. That's absolutely ridiculous. You know you have done your job well when you have taken the least damage in the entire game and dropped nearly the most across the board as well.
Yeah, 12,000, 14,000, like, that is exactly what you want to be as a backliner. And it is even more surprising because Latios, I guess it has infinite range when you think about it, but to actually hit that first instance of Dragon Pulse, you have to be, the range is definitely not as far as Solar Beam, basically. So you do have to get a little bit close to them, so it is even more impressive that they were taking so little damage, across the board, while Lapras, look at Lapras's damage as well, 63k, like, for a defender, and Hoopa 65k. Like, these are really impressive numbers. And to be fair, Lapras was just standing on 4 of them at a time throughout the entire game.
Yeah, I mean, look at the damage taken on the other side of things. 111k by the Pink Blob. This is another thing about Blissey, though, isn't it? We talk about both movesets being very strong, but it is considerably tanky alongside that Clefable in that supporter role. So no wonder it continues to be so important in this meta.
Yeah, I mean, I think Shawarma Squad, they were playing it really well. The Blissey, it looked great. I liked the soft-boiled choice. I think you kind of have to go soft-boiled there against so much poke with the Latios and the Venusaur. But if you're getting one shot at the same time, then what are you really healing? I mean, there's some options for Shawarma Squad to come back in here. It's definitely not over yet, but it is going to be quite difficult for them because they're going to need to, maybe they could consider a speedster, especially if they're going to be playing against 2 attackers, a little bit more dive, and just hope that they don't fall behind early.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of speedsters at the moment that are so ridiculously strong. I mean, we've talked about Leafeon, but I think with this new map, Absol has really, I mean, it was already a good position in the meta, Ski, but it is incredible right now. We've seen it in EUL, swiping Crustles down with like 2 hits. It's very strong with the extra experience it can get early on.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I love having 3 bans per side because there's just the option to like ban out something good and then ban out something specifically from the enemy team. And it looks like we do have similar, if not the exact same bans, and they are letting Danny have that Venusaur again.
That they are. No Way has locked in a Tinkerton. We've seen a little bit of it in the EU region recently, although not much in the EUL, so that is a really interesting pick from Los Duros.
Yeah, that's gonna be interesting to see. And they take away the Hoopa on Shawarma Squad, but that means that Noah is gonna be able to get that Blissey. Love the Tinkaton pick. That's wearing an EXP share, by the way. Just so that we're all clear on that. It's gonna that is a really fun build. I think when teams, you know, they know that they're a little bit of the better team, you're up a game, you can experiment a little bit more with some different things, but this is experimenting a little too close to the sun, I fear. We've got 3 all-rounders and EXP share Tinkaton.
I mean, the front line that Danny has to sit behind here is absolutely fantastic. They don't have any defenders, but I don't know how Shawarma Squad is going to break through that line to try and get close to Danny. Mimikyu is going to have to be the answer, which is actually very good counter pickup here by Shawarma Squad. And I love the adjustment, Husky, to pick up the Mewtwo-Y, a much better ranged attacker right now versus that Armarouge.
Yeah, that's going to be a very interesting pick. I think Mewtwo-Y has been very strong and consistent, unless it offers a lot of CC. So it kind of either have to force this Blissey into a safeguard move set, or you just get to kind of stun up everything that's trying to come at and hit you. But still, we've got the Solar Beam Venusaur there. So the Mimikyu's job this entire time is just going to be to dive the Venusaur and hope that you hit it.
I love it. I mean, it is a difficult range attacker to catch, is the Mewtwo-Y, to be fair. So it is very much like we said with maybe, you know, the Latios, also the Glaceon, where you kind of have to get close to hit that move on it, but then you can get away. So I like this decision. I think it's a great shout by Shawarma Squad and good adjustments. And that's what it's all about, Husky, especially when you lose in the fashion that they just did.
Yes, and let me know if my camera sucks. I think my upload speeds
Oh my god, hi!
Back. I don't know what, but this is, I'm like so sick, but you know, here I am. We'll see. Shiv, just let me know if it looks horrible, but I just tested it and apparently my upload speed came back to like 26, so we'll see. But here we go, game number 2.
I love it, love it. Oh, let's see. They're going to throw the Venusaur into the central area here on the side of Los Duros, and that is, I love it. It's going to be awesome. I mean, we talk about how it can be slightly difficult in the lane, but Tinkaton needs these stacks, Husky, so they're going to throw it there straight away.
Yeah, it definitely needs to pick up some stacks, but it also is pretty EXP share, which makes it that much more interesting. Lapras taking away some of these points. They are able to get both of those secures there in the middle, and unfortunately, Torchic just going out on 1 stack for now.
Definitely a more difficult lane down here for Los Duros to handle. Lapras is so powerful, and Sync can be very difficult to catch. Can Lapras get back? Focus Band has been popped. They will get away, and that Mega Gauge, it's ready to go for Mewtwo-Y.
Yeah, that could be really difficult for Los Duros to deal with in that bottom path. Meanwhile, the Buzzwole trying to get close to that level 5 as much as they can. They really need that superpower. I mean, they could go... what's the other one? Leech Life, the suck move. They are getting close to it. They probably will get it if they can get 1 secure here in these middle birds, but here comes the Ivysaur at level 5 with something to say about it.
Oh, Mimikyu does manage to get away. Good Astonish comes through, and then Buzzwole takes them into their arms. They look like Oscitar's going to get free. There comes the healing, and I think they're going to find Hoopa. Hoopa trying to go for the KO, but ends up giving their own experience to Los Duros.
Wow, yeah, that was, I mean, a great play to try to get 1 KO there, but very well played by Los Duros to avoid it. In the bottom path, we did see that Mewtwo-Y KO'd that Tinkaton, who's still just a baby Tinkatink. The EXP share on that thing, it's one of those Pokemon that I feel like if you're going to run EXP share on an all-rounder, probably better to go on Lucario because it doesn't have to evolve, so this poor little Tinkatink's going to take a while to get online.
Yeah, and it's such an oppressive lane down there as well that it's probably the last matchup they were looking for, unfortunately. Regidrago is now on the field. Shawarma Squad are the ones that are beginning to surround it. Looks like Danny wants to show a little bit of a poke here. Is it going to be the beam? I suspect it will be. We'll have to see if it's Sludge Bomb or not. Or, well, I'd imagine Giga Drain. They try and get the secure. No! Mewtwo-Y. Sint is going to take it for Shawarma Squad.
Yeah, definitely a good start for Shawarma Squad, at least a better one than we saw in game number 1. That being said, they are playing against an EXP share Tinkaton, so we expect to do a little bit better this time. Lucario with the E-Speed coming through. What a big poke there by the Solar Beam on that Venusaur, but Lucario in a very dangerous spot has to use the Bone Rush. Will they be able to get out of this situation? Getting very low here, and Hoopa's the only one chasing.
I mean, they could find the KO onto Hooper. They're in the bush right now, though. Bottom lane, they do find the KO on Hooper. Shrama Squad continuing to dominate this bottom lane, but now they're going up against the Blaziken, who just misses to pull them onto the pad. They do secure that, but still desperate for experience is that Tinkerting.
Mimikyu nearing that level 8 mark, as well as the Buzzwole. The levels are not very devastating for Shrama Squads. There definitely is a chance. But Venusaur and Blaziken are getting high up there in levels, close to their level 9s. There's the Venusaur taking into it right now. We haven't seen what objectives have spawned in which path. I can't wait until, like, we get actual game footage for tournaments and can, like, see these different things. But, yeah, what a KO there as well from the Blaziken and the Venu combo. That is kind of devastating.
It is very devastating. They're going to go for a rip onto the Regirock here. Mimikyu trying to see if they can find the range to get onto that attacker, but they are being zoned out currently. Manages to land on Albanoa, and they get the beam ready for when they go to them. So weak right now, they find the KO as Regirock continues to be beamed down. The zoning from Tinkerton is too much, but it's Mewtwo who sneaks it away out of the grasp of Los Durdos, but they do get KO'd for it, Husky.
Wow, the overheat, the solar beam, it doesn't matter. It is going to be the Mewtwo Y able to take the secure, but it doesn't seem to have done too much for them, because we saw a quadra KO streak right there for the Blaziken.
Now we're now hitting the stages where Los Duros are getting their levels. We finally do have the Tinkerton getting to that level 9 and ready to go with these hammers. So looking at the top lane as well, looking at the all-rounder matchups, it feels like Lucario has managed to get the positioning on that one. Right now, Shrama Squad, they've got to find a little bit more here, trying to push onto Albanoa, but they walk into the arms, or rather the huge base of the hammer. Can they get away? Yes, they do, but only just.
Wow, Buzzwole able to get 38 in there. Venusaur coming in with the solar beam, not able to prevent those scores from going in. So Shrama Squad already doing better than we saw in game number 1 because they break a goal zone.
The adjustments were needed. They made them. Can they keep it up, though? That's the difficulty of Pokemon Unite. It's an intense 10-minute game. They're going to get this Regieleki here. Doesn't look like Los Duros are too concerned about it. They can defend that and just grab their own experience in the process.
Yeah, I don't know if they can go for a push here. I'm not sure if it's worth it, but they could try to go into the bottom path. Wow, what a great Gigaton hammer there from the Tinkerton to prevent the Hooper from resetting, but they will be able to go back over top of the wall. And instead of worrying about pushing any goal zones, we brought the fight to the central area of Los Duros.
Oh, there goes the Infinite Cyburn. Does manage to find a couple of hits, and Buzzwole dives on in. They get hit in the face by the Venusaur. Fire Starby having to rethink their life choices, but they dive back on in here. They do find the Blaziken with the Ultra Swole Slam, and they pick up Venusaur. Husky, 1 HP and a dream for Fire Starby with a double KO.
Look at this Buzzwole. You can't even see the HP bar on the thing, and now it's just Blissey trying to defend. They do end up being able to defend with the Egg Bomb. Not able to stop that reset from the Buzzwole and the Mewtwo Y, but unfortunately for Shrama Squad, they're not really able to capitalize in terms of points, but that was a great fight for them.
That Buzzwole was so weak that bomb would have actually KO'd them because they had no health bar. Registeel Rip here coming in, trying to see if they can get their Shrama Squad. Verdant Anger's going to go on through. Big Beam as well. Who's going to get the secure, though? We did see the overheat, and it does land to Los Duros as they look for more KOs. Sint is trying to run back to their T2 pad.
Of course, it's the Blissey able to get the secure. Mimikyu does tag Lucario, but it's really not worth going in. They're all really moving as a very cohesive unit right now. Potential opportunity to push this tier 2 goal zone, but smarter Los Duros to back off.
It's one of those things where you have so much confidence with how well you're playing in the game. You can't give over pointless experience, pointless KOs. So wise decision by Los Duros to retreat there. Fighting on the pads at this stage with that springboard being up, it's just not worth it right now.
Yeah, and even with the Hoopa and the map control that Shrama Squad has, Los Duros is playing really well around their Blissey to get those heals. We've noticed, like, as soon as the Mimikyu tags anyone, they run over to the Blissey so that it won't really matter and they'll just be able to be healed up even if Mimikyu does end up doing damage.
Just means that, you know, Mimikyu, they've not really been able to do what they want to do this game. If you can't find the Blissey because you get swarmed when you do, you can't get close to the Venusaur because the team is there as well. Really good balancing by Los Duros to try and handle probably the biggest backline threat for Shrama Squad.
2 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock, and it's looking like a much more even game, but we do still have that level 14 on the Venusaur and level 13s on those two all-rounders. Already getting into a little bit of a scuffle here in the bottom path towards the Shawarma Squad's Tier 2 goal zone. And now that we see Groudon about to hit the map, it's just Mimikyu for Shawarma Squad hanging out looking for some vision.
I love the fact that it's always these two all-rounders that Albanoa is around, and it's so difficult for them to try and break through that as we get a little bit of damage put onto Groudon here, trying to bait Shawarma Squad in. There goes the roll call, and now they're trying to see if the team can get in here and find a KO. The hammer goes through, looking to see if Mimikyu wants to dive through. Decides not to. Lapras Express, though. Infinite Cyber paired with it as well. There comes the Side Strike trying to pair up, but the Blister Sisters keeps the Lucario on the field. Fire Starmie gets so weak. The Small Slam is going to connect. Tinkerton deleted. There is the Verdant Anger, and they have found one KO onto Hooper, but right now they have to pair up and take down the Buzzwole. Shawarma Squad, they haven't done enough to be able to win the team fight, but they've scored enough points to take the lead.
Yeah, they do have the points, so Los Duros still needs to be able to either get to Groudon or go for some caps here. They do have a ton of secure, so I don't think Shawarma Squad wants to give them the opportunity to take Groudon, but it looks like they're going to go for the Ribbit. That half Koopa is here. Now Mewtwo Y has arrived. Here comes Mimikyu as well, going for the secure. There's a lot of options on the board. We've got Gigaton Hammer, and it is going to be the Solar Beam taking that secure.
The amount of secure that Los Duros has is absolutely ridiculous. You got the hammer from Tinkerton, you got the overheat from the Blaziken. I mean, to be fair, you've also got the Lucario, realistically, alongside the beams of the Venusaur. So Shawarma Squad, they were always going to be up against it if they went for the rip onto that Groudon.
Yeah, that's very true. And unfortunately for Shawarma Squad, they did have a little bit more of a chance in that game, and they did really well on getting some points in to make sure that Los Duros was caught there and had to do the objective. But when you have so much secure on your side and you give them the opportunity to do the objective, chances are they're going to secure it.
What an adjustment by that squad, though, realistically. I mean, the first game, it was Los Duros all day long. It was very difficult for them to bounce back, but when we came into that Groudon fight there, yeah, a lot of levels on the side of Los Duros, but definitely an opportunity for Shawarma Squad and a good bounce back in that game, too.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, to be fair, though, to Los Duros, they were kind of running a troll comp, so you would hope that Shawarma Squad would be able to perform a little bit better. But even still, with the EXP share, Tinkaton, and everything, they were still very dominant throughout that game. We can see with the KO numbers, Blaziken leading the charge, 10 and 3, also getting that MVP. But still, Danny on the Venusaur was just destroying everybody on the other side.
This is it. Los Duros are, and I've talked to a couple of the other teams, they are such a well-balanced team. All of their players are individually very strong. They had a bit of a tough matchup in the beginning weeks of EUL and couldn't quite get that win streak through. That's why they've got those 6 losses. But now they're really coming into their own and beginning to pull those wins together. And you can begin to see that synergy that we talk about so much really beginning to showcase itself for Los Duros.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this team is kind of in the middle of the pack right now, but you can really see the team chemistry with them and how they have adapted over time, especially over these last couple weeks, and have really shown up to be a really decent team. And I feel like they will just continue to get better.
Oh, what a joy. That's our first set out of the way, and it was an absolute pleasure. We've only got better sets to bring you as well, chat. That's a 2-0 victory for Los Duros. Nearly managing to bounce back was Shawarma Squad, but they are going to fall to a 2-9 record now, with Los Duros getting themselves to a 5-6 record. Nearly even on their record. We'll be looking to do that next week. Yeah,
it should be continuing to be interesting as we end out the regular season over the next couple weeks. When is it? It's this week and next week, right? And then we're on to the group stage.
To the playoffs, baby.
To the playoffs. Let's go.
It's going to be very exciting. I can't wait. We've got a lot of exciting stuff coming up, chat. So yeah, keep an eye on those socials. But we're going to take a quick break now while we get the next set ready for you. Grab yourself a drink. Grab yourself a snack. We'll be back with you very shortly. Oh, welcome back, trainers! We have Pineapple versus Mia Familia to bring you, and I think this is the game that both me and Husky are very excited to see.
Yeah, this is the one where we had different choices for who we thought was gonna come out of this game on top, and they've put them on the sides that we have predicted. So I went for Mi Familia here. They're a fun team to watch. I love Do You Like Pineapple as well. They're both just really interesting, fun teams to watch with very unique play styles. So I think it's gonna be this is gonna be a fun one.
It's the difficulty of being a caster for this league, chat. It's just all of these teams are so enjoyable to watch, and we love the players. I mean, Do You Like Pineapple has been a fan favorite for a while since the league kicked off, realistically, alongside Banana Peelers. Mia Familia have some of my favorite players within the region on their team, so I can't. This one was incredibly hard to predict. The only thing I could go for is going for the opposite team from Husky, so we could at least have a bit of competition.
Yeah, so that we can it can just be a little bit more interesting as we're going through these couple games that we'll get to watch here. But yeah, it's gonna be fun. There's some really good players on both sides, and these teams are neck and neck right now, so it really could go either way.
Yeah, it's one of those where, like, realistically, they're going to be in the playoffs, but of course, you want good seeding. You also want to have that pride of being the better team as you go on into the playoffs. So, Do You Like Pineapple, Mia Familia here with the exact same record, as well as game points on that leaderboard, chat. So, every single game in this set is going to matter. Yeah,
like what we're seeing here, like the 5 and 5, that's the number of sets that they've played, but in a set there's at least 2 games, and sometimes also 3 games as a best of 3, but they also have the exact same amount of game wins and losses. But let's take a look at our roster for Do You Like Pineapple.
Yeah, we've got Daddy Leon, Skull TT Bone, Nils, Pig, and Beach here. Looking at their accolades, Daddy Leon, they don't have on right now, but they have won games and got top in EUIC or at top in the UCS on every role. They are so incredibly flexible in their role as Daddy Leon. Top 8 EUIC. We've got UEC here, 2024 winner for Skull TT Bone. That was the Unity European Cup. And top 2 in the Women's United League for Pig. They are a fantastic support player. Always love seeing them here. And then Beach is the beast that is the defender for Pineapple.
Yeah, I mean, having somebody like Daddy Leon can flex to so many different roles and so many different Pokemon. It allows you to build really interesting team compositions. So a lot of different accolades coming in, but I feel like over the past couple weeks, we've really seen this team kind of mesh well together and start really building something unique. But here's their competitors, Mi Familia. Let's take a look at their roster.
We've got Jellyman, Relly, Niat, Galnaguna, and Ramoa here for Mi Familia. They are pretty much a completely brand new squad that came together a couple of weeks ago here in the EUL. The original members of the team, there's only one left on it right now, so they have got better and better since those changes. As you have a look at the accolades here, we've got top 8 regionals, top 6 regionals for Nia, and we've got top 4 UCS for Relly there as well. We've got Unite Rivals here. We had Pokemon Unite Rivals, and it was 5th and 6th for Garnaguna there in that position.
Yeah, I guess Mi Familia is your case of Theseus' ship. Is it still Nia because only one player is still the same on from what
it's
it was?
It's like the Sugar Babes, isn't it? When they change their actual members, are they still the Sugar Babes? That's the question, chat, and we'll let you tell us whether that is the case or not.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see. It looks like my camera went back to lagging a ton, but I don't know what's going on with this internet thing. My absolute best, chat, but you don't really need to see much of me if I'll just be here me. So it's fun.
What's really funny is that you just see Wooper with that smile whilst you're having these connection problems, and it's like they caused it. They're just It's such a smile that's Mwah.
Yeah, Wooper's really happy about it. He's happy to cause me as much stress as possible.
Well, both of these teams are going to be looking to cause each other a little bit of distress, and you can't predict these. I know we've made our predictions, but it really could go either way. Both of these teams play a lot. I mean, Nia has come into this. They played support last season, last UCS Husky, but now they're playing anything they want. We've seen them on a lot of all-rounders, so they've got more flexibility. And I know I've seen an interview with Nia, and they were saying that they didn't want to play supporter, they wanted to play these other roles that they're more comfortable on. So coming into this, they have managed to do that. Probably one of the reasons that we've seen them have a little bit of a rise since they've had that roster change.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, and also just really fun to see the way that they have ended up shaping up over the course of these last couple weeks especially. But both of these teams being so close together in one of those matches where like it really is just exciting from top to bottom. There isn't like an underdog that you're hoping comes out on top. There is like these teams are right there with each other. These are the most even you could possibly get.
Will we see any Palmer? Nia has played it last week. Didn't do that well. They had 2 fantastic Unite moves, but it didn't feel as impactful as we were expecting. So let's see whether that's going to be the plan here. As we look at the bans, Blissey, Talonflame, and Zorak comes out from Pineapple. Blaziken, Suicune, and Hooper are the bans for Mia Familia.
Yeah, this is an interesting set of bans, I think. You've got like the classic bans, but I was just going to say Leafeon's on the table. That does get picked up there.
Also, we have Dwayne subbed in here for Mia Familia as well. Let's see what they're going to pick as the first spot. We're going to take the Snorlax away. Jellyman bringing out the Sylveon. We've seen it a little bit. No, they're going to rotate on more. Oh, it was going to be the Trusty Mew, but no, Psyduck, which we don't see like at all anymore.
Yeah, Psyduck is a really strong pick, and I know that Biter plays that a lot, so maybe they were trying to take that away from her, but Biter is now considering this Eldegoss, which they will lock in with the Buzzwole, so that's a really strong top lane.
Swear down, that just told us that Nils locked in a Snorlax, but that definitely wasn't the case as Nils locks in a Buzzwole. So that is the top lane we've been seeing so much of, the Eldegoss paired with an all-rounder, usually Lucario or Buzzwole. How are Mia Familia going to respond? Niat's going to bring out the trusted Lucario here, and we have an Alolan Ninetales on the field. I'm so excited for that. It's a great decision, but we don't see any of it because of how squishy it can be.
Yeah, I do like the Alolan Ninetales pick. It can really do a lot of disruption, especially to dive heavy team comps, which this Leafeon is. Daddy Leon gonna pick up that trusty Venusaur we've been talking about. Can't really tell what this build is shaped up to be. I feel like it could go either way. But I guess we will see. It is a eject button, so I can only imagine Solar Beam. But then Beach picking up the Crustle, which we saw banned in the previous set that we watched. It just kind of goes to show how powerful Crustle is.
Yeah, it's very strong, and I'm also with you. I feel like the Venusaur, the only way you can predict what moveset it's on is either the full heal or the eject button. So I do suspect Daddy Leon's going to be on the beam, which is very surprising. I mean, they do need range, but you would expect Daddy Leon to be the one that wants to go brawling. Right now, they're going to be the ones sat in that backfield trying to keep away from Rally.
I guess you don't really need the extra brawling. You've got Leafeon and Buzzwole. Even Crustle does a good job brawling, but into that, I do like this Dodrio pick because I think that it kind of disrupts that that strategy a little bit on the other side.
Yeah, no, it really does, and Rally's very hard to catch anyway, so I suspect try attack. That's what we're seeing from most of these Dodrio players, and you do want to try and keep yourself out of arm's reach of Nils on that Buzzwole Husky, so that's what they're going to be looking to do. But I gotta say, Leafeon so far has continued to prove itself to be the go-to speedster because of how strong and how quick those power spikes come onto it.
Yeah, I mean, Leafeon is just such a weird one because it's so good and you know that it's so good, but it just never seems to be performing at that top level. Its win rate's always not that great. Some teams play it, some teams don't. It always just seems like it should be really, really good, and sometimes we do see it, but we'll have to see with D like Pineapple here if that ends up coming to fruition in this game number one of the most exciting sets we will probably see in this entire tournament.
I'm absolutely fascinated with this Alolan Ninetales pick. I was talking about it on a previous week with Lobo, and we were saying how we don't see it like at all. And I think we don't see it because of the fact that it has no maneuverability. Like, it's so slow is the Alola Ninetales, but you do have that good combo to push people back and get the freezes through. So it's a very good Pokemon in that sense. It's just very easy to shut down or get onto. So I like the confidence pick from Jellyman here, and I hope that it does come impactful for them.
I feel like Alola Ninetales ends up being really good into things like Buzzwole, just because you can push it away. And from the build, I would imagine that we see the Blizzard Avalanche moveset just for a lot of CC. We tend to see things like that go into Buzzwole, because if it tries to dive, it can just be pushed away right away, and it disrupts that a lot. And with Blissey not on the board, there isn't a safeguard option to avoid it. So I think that the Alola Ninetales could actually catch them in some interesting spots here.
It's going to be interesting to see, because Skull is going to have to utilize their skill here and wait for Jellyman to use those moves before they try and dive onto it. They want to take out that Ninetales and Rally being on the side of that Leafeon, but you've got to bait it out. You've got to wait for that move to be used before you can dance onto it. So we're going to be able to see that kind of micro-macro play from Skull TT Bone, and they are already one of the best speedster players here in this league. So this is going to be such a fantastic matchup. I can't wait to see who comes out on top.
Yeah, I think the Leafeon with the Venusaur is also going to be interesting, because you've got to focus on the Leafeon coming in for a dive, but then in the back line you have a Solar Beam coming at you at 100 miles an hour, so it can really set up some good combos, and it's going to be up to, I think probably the Dodrio on Mia Familia to really try to shut that down and make sure that it's disrupting the Venusaur while the Leafeon is trying to disrupt their side.
Great build on both of these comps. So this is, I don't know. I mean, we're kind of running out of things to say, because we know that it doesn't matter what you predict with this. It could literally go either way. I'm very surprised the Venusaur was taken so late here, actually, by Pineapple, because, I mean, we've seen teams put so much priority on that. Los Duros had it first pick in the previous game, Husky, so it's such a different sort of approach here for both of these teams not to consider taking that Venusaur until very late.
Yeah, I guess you just wanted to prioritize, the Leafeon first, and then on the other side, I guess just Mia Familia had a plan that didn't necessarily revolve around Venusaur, and maybe they don't really care too much about playing against it, which is definitely possible. But yeah, it is interesting. We go from seeing it in first pick to picked very late.
Well, also interesting is we're kicking off this game right now. Pineapple versus Mia Familia. Pineapple are going to take your purple side. Mia Familia are on your orange side. And no surprises here, Husky, with the central laners being those speedsters.
Yeah, Dodrio getting that level 5 is going to be really powerful, but it is going up against a Leafeon, which spikes at level 4, getting its evolution. So we could see an early gank from that Pokemon, whereas Dodrio needs just a little bit of extra time to get there. In this bottom path, Crustle and Bulbasaur doing very well, getting a lot of secures. You know, we kept talking about it previously. Bulbasaur's not supposed to have a good secure, but we've been seeing it get them anyway.
That we have. Ooh, trying to bait the Lucario onto the side of Nils here, but Niat goes back for a Citrus Berry, tries to take their own farm, but that's going to be taken by Skull. And Pineapple have much more control in this top side until Rally comes in here. They're going to be able to find Niat. No! They get zoned out until Nils dives onto them and sends them packing.
Wow, great play there from Dodrio. They're going to run in as well, looking for an opportunity to get this Eldegoss, but if they can get any KOs, any picks, any amount of damage, that's going to be pretty solid either way. Bottom path, Ivysaur coming online.
Just waiting for that level 6 on the side of the Alolan Ninetales so they can get that combo going and really be able to get those freezes through, while Dwayne is going to have to back up so far. It's even harder now down here that they've got Crustle online for Pineapple. That's a very difficult threat. Skull TT Bone having to worry about this Dodrio as well. The tri-attack will come from anywhere as they try to take the buff, but Eldegoss finds it.
Ooh, and the Crustle coming in with the Rock Tomb as well. That is going to be very disruptive to what Dodrio was trying to do, especially because of the slow. But it didn't slow it down here because we've got the red buff taken. It does prevent it from going through that top side, and it has to go around instead. Alola Ninetales does take out the Buzzwole as well. And looks like Mia Familia going to capitalize on trying to go for this Regidrago, where the entirety of G like Pineapple had to focus on Dodrio.
Great Rock Tomb to catch them, but they do sacrifice the Regidrago to do just that. They do score some points as well, so at least they're getting more experience and something from that Drago going to the side of Mia Familia. Now they want to go into the central area and see what disruption they can cause, knowing that Rally will do the same. Here they come. Skull finds the KO, looking to see if they can get more as well. We got on the gunner, and unfortunately, against the world there was that poor Psyduck.
These are very aggressive teams. They're like, all right, Dodrio's going to come invade us, and we're going to come invade the Dodrio immediately after that. Will and Ninetales also picks up a KO on Ivysaur, who's still not level 7. And with the 720s up, you want to try to make sure you get that Solar Beam online as quickly as possible. Dodrio is level 8, but so is Leafeon. Here comes the Emerald 2-step.
Managing to dodge out of it is Rally. That's why it's so difficult to catch on the Dodrio, but the Razor Leaf is going to do it as we see the Regice spawning into the bottom lane right now. But Mia Familia, they have to go back for a lot more HP onto their pools.
So that means with Regice on the field, we could get a triple Regice game. So we're going to keep a lookout for that, obviously, throughout the rest of the day. We do have level 7, and here comes the Solar Beam. Perfect secure there for Do You Like Pineapple. They might move in to try to go for a push here.
They're the ones with the pressure. That's where we see the combo coming out from Jellyman here with the freeze through. Means Pineapple has to think about this. We've got a rotation coming through with Psyduck sprinting down that flux zone, but no Springboard means that they have to wait at the moment, and they're getting ready to find the KOs. Leafeon is taken down here. Pineapple has to go on the retreat, trying to cut off Peach as well. Can they take the Crustle? They do find it. Massive beam comes through. Nils is pushed away. Mia Familia got exactly what they needed defending that Husky.
I mean, this Dodrio and Leafeon just back and forth is going to be really fun to watch throughout the rest of this game. Buzzwole only level... Oh, it is level 9, and it is going to use that Unite move. It hits 3 with it. Does get 1 KO with the eject button onto Dodrio. Finds him, just smacks him up into the air and lets the fall damage do the rest. What a fight there for Pineapple.
Aura Cannon is going to find that KO, but finding the free was absolutely huge from Pineapple, and that is the power of the Buzzwole. Now they've hit level 9s across the board on Pineapple as well, with their Unite moves ready to go as we get close to the next team fights. Regieleki is going to be taken here by Pineapple. Mia Familia looking to approach this T1 pad. We do have beams ready to come on through. Galnagun is going to have to try and zone it out. Verdant Anger comes through to defend the pad, trying with the full power Psy to reduce the damage coming onto their side. Nia looks like they want to go home, and they need to, because Jellyman is getting pushed big time here. Relly's back to defend the pad, and it looks like they want to continue to push this on the side of Pineapple.
What a Verdant Anger, too. We saw it almost completely one-shot that Dodrio, who is going to go in for a KO on the Venusaur, just to make sure that they know that they didn't actually KO them with that insane combo. But the Buzzwole also trying to put some damage on that bird, who is just devastating Pineapple. As soon as you get it into a 1v1 situation, the Dodrio is just so difficult to pin down. Another KO for them. The Familia might try to push this bottom goal zone once more, but the Venusaur is back with that Solar Beam.
I am absolutely loving Jellyman on this Alolan Ninetales. No, I know, I'm heartbroken, but at least we do see some good crowd control coming out from Jellyman, and it's been difficult for Pineapple to handle. They just need to try and keep themselves out of the way of that Leafeon, which is why I think the Dodrio has been so massive for Mia Familia, because they're really managing to put pressure onto Leafeon and the Venusaur for Pineapple. Yeah,
but unfortunately for Mia Familia, they cannot seem to get any points in with the Dodrio. You really would want to do that. So great job from Pineapple for keeping them at bay. A huge Solar Beam there will do a lot of damage, but Leafeon tries to come in to clean it up. Not able to do so. Another Verdant Anger comes out, obliterates 2.
Oh, I tell you what, we might need to have a conversation about the cooldown on that Pokemon, bro. That Unite move obliterates the pad yet again and does find the important KOs. Nils takes down Relly, and Mia Familia now on the back foot in the bottom lane. Again, not able to score points every time they try to.
Yeah, it looks like the Lucario trying to do their best to defend against 4, and I don't know if they're going to be able to do it. They don't even stop the 45 points from going in. Some more points will happen as well. That goal zone is broken. Now 270 to 87 for G like Pineapple. So even though the levels are looking pretty decently even, Pineapple does have a pretty significant score lead.
That just means the ball is going to be in the court of Mia Familia for that Groudon. They do manage to grab the Regieleki here. That's going to make an approach onto the pad that Pineapple are going to want to defend, because it will open up the doors for a good back cap. So Mia Familia kind of need to rotate down to this T1 goal, in my opinion here, Husky. They need to get some more points in.
Yeah, and Unfortunately, the Lucario going in when it really shouldn't have gone in. It was looking for an opportunity to take that buff, but just ended up getting a solar beam to the face and a super power to follow. And unfortunately for them, didn't end up working out. But they will be coming back before the Groudon fight, so it doesn't end up being too bad. But Mia Familia needs to find a team fight win. They're too far behind to just go for back caps and things like that. They need to hope for a really, really good team fight. And a lot of that hinges on don't let the Venusaur hit a solar beam on all 5 members of your team.
Yeah, I beg, please stay out of the choke points here, because that Venusaur is just aching to get a Verdant Anger off on the entirety of your team. Got to get a pick onto it. That's going to be so important for Relly coming into this final fight here. If they don't find some sort of pressure on this Venusaur, Daddy Leon is going to be too much of a threat for Mia Familia.
They do limit the score lead just a little bit here. Snorlax might be caught out. Wow, what a catch there. Just the Solar Beam doing way too much damage. Now they don't have their tank on board. Lucario is on that backside, but I believe they're going to be sniffed out by that Buzzwole. Somehow, Groudon has reached half, but everyone peeling off.
Yeah, there's absolutely no reason to go for this for Do You Like Pineapple. Go for the KOs. I mean, you had a moment there where no Snorlax was in the fight. You have the advantage. Go for a pick. They could have got Lucario, but now they're going to have to regroup. The entirety of the team is here. Unite moves ready to pop on off, and Pineapple right now looks like Beach might be getting zoned out. A good dive in from the Snorlax there, trying to catch free in the block. Lucario comes on through. Nia, they do have to get out of there, though, because the beam comes through from Daddy Leon. Power Nap. These are going to cause a lot of crowd control, but Pineapple, they've been able to get out of it. Mia Familia did not capitalize on that one bit.
Yeah, Mia Familia just couldn't seem to find an angle to get in on that Venusaur. They're protecting it very, very well with that Eldegoss and the Crustle, especially. Got the Battle of the Walls with the Avalanche and the Rock Tomb. They are able to take out Snorlax once again, so now it's 5v4 here for Do You Like Pineapple, and they are attempting to chip at Groudon, but neither team can really make it official that they're ripping it.
That's what we were waiting for. I knew it. They were going to try and use the superpower to get themselves in with the Swole Slam. That works. Emerald Two-Step's going to come through as well. And Pineapple are taking down the carries of Mia Familia one by one, trying to see if they can find Nia. And Daddy Leon does. The beam comes through to secure Groudon. In fact, Eldegoss does just that. And Do You Like Pineapple with a fantastic fight there at the Groudon pit.
With 20 seconds and everybody down, they're going to be able to put in a couple 100 points before the game is over. And game number 1 will go to Do You Like Pineapple. What an impressive game from both sides. I mean, we were saying how this is going to be one of the most exciting matches. Very even the entire time. But at the end, Mia Familia just caught a little bit on their back foot worrying about the score and not able to get it done. I think that Venusaur, so far, we have seen it as a 100% win rate today. It looks to be pretty strong.
I mean, why you wouldn't ban it, I don't know. But I do feel like, at least, Mia Familia definitely got some pressure on Daddy Leon there. It wasn't like the previous set where we saw, 13k damage on the side of the Venusaur. Danny being able to get away from it all. So it was a good effort by Relly, but they just didn't do it at the right time, unfortunately, Husky. You've got to be able to do it at that Groudon pit, and they really struggled to do that with the good defense that Pineapple put around Daddy Leon.
And look at the KOs as well. 9 and 5 for that Venusaur, but not to say the rest of the team didn't contribute. We got some KOs from everybody on the board, including the Crustle and the Eldegoss. On the other side, Dodrio was clearly the carry, 7 and 2. But the Alolan Ninetales, we were talking about, it doesn't get picked up a lot. Still did a lot, and look at that damage from them as well. 80,000 damage, leading the team by a lot, but that Venusaur over on the other side, 101,000.
Still got the least damage taken on the entirety of their team as well. Jellyman doing the same on the opposite. So showcasing the ranged attacker ability here for both teams. Great pickups by them, but gotta have a conversation about this Venusaur, Husky. It's one of those where you can't continue to let it do what it has been doing. You had Relly putting some good pressure onto Daddy Leon there, and still they come out of it unscathed with the least damage taken on their team.
Yeah, just so much protection. I think the Rock Tombs were really strong to prevent anybody from getting in on this Venusaur, especially at the end of the game when it just looked like they were looking for any opportunity to jump on Venusaur specifically. We were watching Relly literally walk around being like, okay, I want the Venusaur, where is it? And they're all standing right there. The Rock Tomb comes out, just shuts down Dodrio completely. So I wonder if you even ban the Crustle if you don't want to ban the Venusaur, or take the Crustle, because I really think that was very powerful in Pineapple's ability to take control of especially that endgame.
Crowd control is king here in Pokemon Unite, and it doesn't get any better than throwing a wall at your opponent to cut them off or stop them taking the route that they want to take. So I think probably agree with you, to be honest. I think that might be a good approach for me and Familia, but they're definitely not out of it yet. We saw how close that game really can be. They were really coming back and getting some KOs that they were needing, but gotta have a little bit more flexibility, especially at that Groudon fight. I think that was the most impressive moment from Do You Like Pineapple. They really defended the most important Pokemon well. Daddy Leon was not touched. Literally put in a 9-5 did Daddy Leon, managing to get those KOs and assists. Yeah. And they managed to come away with a win.
Yeah, and you worry with a team that needs to be all together about area effect damage, which is what the Alolan Ninetales had, but Buzzwole did a great job separating that Pokemon from the entirety of the team, because imagine, like, the way they were all grouping around that Venusaur, imagine a big Blizzard Avalanche into Unite move combo would just obliterate their entire team, but Buzzwole was able to move them over, kite them away from the team fight so that the rest of their team could clean everybody up.
Literally used a superpower onto Niat so that they could get the Super Swole Slam off to secure the KO on Jellyman. It was like hopping alongside the team. It was a brilliant effort from Nils, and it really made the difference in that final fight. So we need to see some adjustment from Mia Familia here. Looking at what's just changed below our names here, Husky, it looks like Mia Familia are actually going to change to go onto the purple side and get that first pick.
Yeah, they might have a really solid plan here with that first pick. They could take the Venusaur away, take the Crustle away, take something else that they really want to make sure that they have control of this time. I mean, maybe even the Buzzwole, because Buzzwole just with the crowd control is really, really strong. Or even if they want to take that Leafeon, was good, and they want the Leafeon to be the speedster that they go with this time. There's a lot of options for them, and I think first pick kind of gives them more control over forcing Pineapple to react in their draft rather than be the one to set the tone.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point. I would like to see some Absol coming out here, to be honest.
Of course you would.
I mean, it's not biased or anything.
Fork found in kitchen.
Genuinely, I think it would have been good for those team fights, especially with Midnight Slash, but also with how difficult it can be to catch as well. It's one of those when you have to constantly watch your back when you have a Pursuit Absol, so it might be something that could get into their brains a little bit and has much more presence in the early game, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Crustle's just the Dodrio killer. It just destroys Dodrio. And it was a really good last pick for them. And then they still picked Dodrio into it. And the Dodrio looked still fantastic. But Crustle with the slow on Rock Tomb just absolutely demolishes a Dodrio, especially in opportunities where you're looking to go for a specific Pokemon. A Rock Tomb gets put in front of you, and then you literally are just KO'd. There's really nothing you can do about it. Absol has a little bit more options. It doesn't get slowed as devastatingly by Crustle. And Absol is still very strong. I do like to see that Pokemon. Obviously, I would like to see Meowscarada.
I don't think I have seen a Meowscarada in the entirety of this league, which is a huge shame, because I actually very much enjoy that Pokemon. I am with you, Husky.
Yeah, it's broken. People just don't know.
People just don't know how to play it, right? That's what we're going to say. It's what we're going to back it up with. But what I also want to see is some Petal Dance Venusaur. If we're going to see some Venusaur, we've seen plenty of Beam. I want to see Petal Dance coming up onto this field now, and how ridiculously strong that Pokemon is in the late game.
Yeah, Beam is great. I actually have been meaning to play some Solar Beam Venusaur since the buffs, and I admittedly haven't been able to play a ton of Unite as of late. Most of it has just been like 1 or 2 games of solo queue here and there as I have like a couple minutes to sit down. So I haven't gotten a chance to really try everything out. A lot of what my opinions are about the current meta comes from watching competitive play. And Venusaur is one that I haven't gotten a chance to see, but when I have gone up against it, it's definitely not as devastating as when I see it play in competitive, which is interesting because I feel like Venusaur was always one of those, like, this is a thing that's good in solo, but not as good competitively. But I think even just those defensive buffs, teams can work really well with something like that.
Yeah, it's so interesting to have Pokemon like that. That's kind of how it felt from what I was seeing when Latios was first brought into the game. Like, and we had those changes. It felt pretty strong from what people were playing it in, like solo and duo queue especially. But in the 5 stacks, teams were not concerned about it, and it was really struggling to get the stacks that it was needing. Husky, I mean, we had an interview with Ultimate, and they were like, "We're not bothered. Like, if the only way that Pokemon makes an impact in the tournament play is if it gets its stack. So if you can limit that." And it very much struggles. So it's so interesting that you get these Pokemon that are like that, where in that 5 sort of setting that we're seeing in these tournaments, it's not as effective as you would think. Palmot is probably the best example right now.
Yeah. I think that happens a lot with solo queue, especially with attackers, but Palmot is a good example as well, where things like Delphox, for example, are still really strong, but just it takes too much time in competitive, so we don't see it as often. And Venusaur, your example as well, and Latios. It was my prediction. I was like, yeah, this thing's broken. This is the Pokemon I have the highest win rate on to get to a ribbon that I've ever had. I think my win rate is like 68 or 69% on that thing. But in competitive, the teams are just not as concerned. But here we go. Game number 2, draft teams considering what they want to be banning.
So they're going to continue to ban out the Talonflame here on the side of Pineapple, Suicune, as well as the important Blissey, Blaziken, Leafeon, and Hooper for Mia Familia. So they recognize that Leafeon's got to go.
All right, yeah, so they have a plan. They want that first pick. They ban the Leafeon. So now you have some options. Do you go Empoleon? No, because it's banned this tournament. We haven't even got a chance to talk about the Empoleon yet. That was the fastest nerf we might have ever seen. But instead, Dwayne will go in and lock that Snorlax down, the strongest defender in the game by far. Not surprised to see that being picked up. But Pineapple now has some options. They've got a support that they could pull. They also have a Zoroark, which was banned last time, that they could pull out here. Instead, they're going to lock in the same top lane core that they had last game.
I think it was very good for them. So that is a part of the team that definitely didn't have any problems. So I think go back to it. I was very surprised at this from Mia Familia. I was surprised that Zoroark was going to be picked so early, but Relly and Jellyman are going to go for the double speedsters here. Surely take the Comfey or something?
I think somebody's got to take the... I mean, you can't take Comfey now, but that looks like they're setting up to do. Beach gonna grab the Umbreon, still strong even after the nerfs. Daddy Leon also going to grab the Armourouge, which is currently set up to be Fire Spin, so definitely brawling. No Venusaur yet. I don't even think Mia Familia is worried about it. And instead of Comfey, we're actually gonna see Gunner go for the Sableye. Oh my god, the triple speedster. Oh, this is your dream team right now, Tano.
Oh, I love how Niat's like, I'm going to play the Absol. I swear down, they're in chat. They've heard me call for it. This is a ridiculous team comp from Mia Familia. I love the Sableye because it's so good at getting those stuns for these speedsters to really capitalize on. But also, you've got the scoring comp on it as well as Dwayne. Oh my god, look at the held items Mia Familia are putting on here, Husky.
Look at the goal-getters. They're like, all right, you know, we struggled a little bit in the early game, and we let them go too far ahead and score. How do we fix that? Let's pick 3 Pokemon. Actually, let's pick all 5 Pokemon that are really, really good in the early game and just score a lot of points. And then they put the Fluffy Tail in the Absol so that they can try to get objectives in the end game. Honestly, I love it. Sometimes you just have to pick the craziest, worst thing you can think of, and it catches the other team so off guard that they don't know how to play against it.
100%. I look at this Absol and I'm like, bro.
That's the only reason we lost against Nouns in the NAIC, because they just surprised us with the Jungle Comfey. It wasn't because we were bad. They just surprised us.
I agree. I felt like you guys were going to win that until I saw that Jungle Comfey coming out. So
yeah, it was just a little bit shocking. We couldn't really adapt to it in time. So that's why I think that, you know, running something that, like, they're not prepared for, because Pineapple's team comp is very... normal. I don't know how, like, it's very, like, expected.
It's very
like,
meta.
You've got the traditional, like, top, when, like, you're running something super traditional and you're trying to play traditional Pokemon Unite and the other team is doing whatever they're trying to do, that could catch you off guard enough. But, I mean, we will see if Mia Familia can come back in game number 2.
Do you remember, because I look at Niat's build there on the Absol, do you remember, like, Season 6 Absol, where it would just obliterate Dreadnought instantly?
I tried to block it out of my head, but yeah, I do remember the Absol meta. Psycho Cut and Pursuit and Fluffy Tail was the worst thing that ever happened, ever.
I mean, I enjoyed it very much, so, you know, we do have a good push from Ghatlue here. They're going to take the buff, but they're going to get KO'd for it, and Skull isn't really going to be that limited, although we do see the Dodrio in the central area as well from Mia Familia.
I mean, Sableye is wasting time, and the Dodrio to follow up, they are going to steal away that blue buff, but they're not going to get away with their life. They have wasted enough time at this point to get some good scores in for Mia Familia to start. Snorlax likely going to go down here as well, but putting out some good damage. Eldegoss with those basic attacks is just too powerful in this early game.
I'm really not sure that they've got anything they wanted out of that, because they have wasted time, but look at that bottom lane, Husky. They've got Armarouge online, Umbreon's online, they've got 3 KOs already from Mia Familia. They've just got to try and continue to dominate with the scoring and get the levels and evos as quick as possible.
I mean, look at the scoring, though. Already 79 points going in. They're trying to break goal zones as soon as possible. Here goes Zoroark going for a 10, 11-point cap. They will break that goal zone early. Will they go down? They won't just yet. And we don't have an Eldegoss online.
Do they have the defense, though, to stop Pineapple from scoring as well? Because they've got some important evos on their side already. Buzzwell's now hit level 5. It's Fire Spin. Armarouge as well. They find the Snorlax. Look at Daddy Leon taking all this damage from the Dodrio. They're going to have to reset, but they're going to go score anyway. What a good approach from Mia Familia. If you're not going to get the KO, Husky, you just go score.
Yeah, I mean, scoring is going to be what wins you games. Sableye putting in some more points, so they have to go get her pop to get another extra point in. Now Regidrago has hit the map. Zoroark still is already level 7 somehow after doing no fighting, and they do secure the Regidrago.
Just the boosted to lock it on in. They're going to find the KO on Snorlax, but oh my god. Mia Familia continuing to score these points, trying to see if they can consistently break these goals and buy themselves a little bit of space.
And look at the Zoroark also just taking more away from Do You Like Pineapple in this bottom path. They do get caught here. They go for a feint attack, but caught in the Fire Spin. And they will go down, but Absol, Snorlax trying to clean this up here. They take down the Eldegoss. Moving forward to the Urshifu as well. The Psycho Cut gets locked onto them, but it's not going to happen. No, here comes the third Speedster to try to clean it up.
I tell you, Daddy Leon is going to be the linchpin for Pineapple here. It's going to be so hard to take them down that all Mia Familia can do once they're in that fight is try to score, which is what Jellyman is doing. They have given themselves about a 150-point lead, but Pineapple are managing to score in return here as well, Husky.
Yeah, it's not as much of a lead as Mia Familia would like, I feel like, at this point. But right now, they are just being annoying, and they are all over the map. Absol already ripping that objective in the top path. We do have a Regice in the bottom path that Daddy Leon's going to be able to take care of handedly. And they probably will be able to stop this Regieleki push. But I don't really think Mia Familia is worried about that. They have 4 goal getters on their team, and if goal zones aren't being covered, they will easily be able to score on them.
I feel like it's so on point for Mia Familia to just go for the Regieleki as well with the kind of comp that they've currently got in. Nia looks like they're not going to get away. They do manage to as the Water Bear was coming on through. They are going to lock them down with the push. In fact, it's the Red Strike as they do find that KO. And now Mia Familia have to be on the retreat. Pineapple might get some more points into this pad and be able to break it.
Yeah, they might be able to break it here. Sableye was able to get 10 more points on that tier 2 goal zone, but Pineapple's not concerned about that. They will break that tier 1 goal zone in the basement path, and now it's 180 to 135, but still, Mia Familia is pretty significantly winning in terms of score, and Sableye is just going to be bothering that goal zone the entire time. But I think you're right about Daddy Leon being the linchpin here for this team, because it's really difficult to blow that Pokemon up when it's the Fire Spin moveset especially.
Yeah, and you've got Videpig providing you with that assistance as she's going to come on in with the healing and the Cotton Cloud Crash in these team fights. So, Mia Familia, they need to do more here than just score. They're managing to keep up our Pineapple. They need to find important KOs and probably go for like big burst damage as a team with those Unite moves.
And look at them continuing to put points in. Now 243 to 135. They don't even care. They're like they're doing it and then they're going down and they're not really concerned about it at all. Buzzwole getting some points in on the return. That's a 40-point cap for them. And I guess that's kind of the negative of score comp is if you're scoring, then the other team can also just score because you're not covering your goal zones.
Every time, and we're going to see a lot of Unite moves here. There comes the Nightfall Days as they try to find the KO onto Urshifu. They get out of the range of their hit, and they do manage to find that KO with Dwayne taking all of this damage onto them. But here comes Daddy Leon. They are going to be undefeatable in that fire spin. Who gets the red Jalecki? It's going to be Daddy Leon. They get the KOs, and they're going to break the pad before that Lecky makes an approach. If Sableye can stop them, though, and I think they did. No, too many people on the pad, Husky.
That is a great play for Do You Like Pineapple. They are now only 43 points behind him with a Regieleki pushing toward that tier 2 goal zone. If this goes in here, this could be where the game turns around in their favor. Sableye is down. Zorak going for a big KO. We have the Unite move from Absol as well. Eldegoss is down, but that's about it. Buzzwole coming in hard, and Absol is able to pick them up as well. Dodrio comes in with a huge drill peck. Too much damage being taken by Do You Like Pineapple, and they were not able to get this push completed.
Wow, what a response by Mia Familia. They needed levels as well, and they find it with those KOs. And I mean, look at the points though, and this is it, Husky. This is why I feel like Mia Familia haven't done as much as they hoped they would, because Pineapple have responded every time they found some scores, and now there's only 62 points between them.
Yeah, you gotta give props to Do You Like Pineapple. A score comp is very, very frustrating, and a lot of times, like, you just don't expect to have to literally stand there and watch goals, but you do end up having to in situations like this. Another 11 points go in with the goal-getter pop from Snorlax, and they really don't even seem to care that they might get taken down here. They're just like, yeah, 11 points, let's do it. Two members of Mia Familia also on the bottom path looking for opportunities to score. It's just Spiders. This Zorak will be able to break that goal zone down there, and Absol also able to clear Reg Ice.
They got a minute before Groudon comes in. Again, another brilliant response by Pineapple. Every time scores come through, they go and respond. Look at the sneak onto the home pad.
Look at them
We've
go.
seen it, Husky. They're going to try and get it in, but Urshifu is back. Skull recognizes where they might go and manages to stop them.
Fantastic response from the Urshifu. They were like, one of our goal zones isn't being covered. We got to do something about that. And they are able to stop that 50 points from going in. But Absol hasn't given up. Look at where they're sitting. They are ready to go. They want to do it here. And I think that Do You Like Pineapple is responding really well, because it is frustrating to have to just sit on your goal zones the entire time. But you do not want this score lead to get any bigger. It's a 101-point differential between these two teams. A Regieleki is in the top path, and neither team seems to be concerned about it.
I honestly feel like this is going to come down to a rip on this Groudon. This is going to be absolutely ridiculous between these two teams. Dwayne is going to get away from that damage, puts up the block for the shield, but they're definitely going to need to go back and get some healing before the Groudon comes in. They just want to go for the fight here instead. Pineapple are going to make an approach onto the Groudon. I'm not sure that's the right call with Speedsters being here, but they do have the Urshifu as they want to go for the lock. There comes the Swole Slam as well, trying to get the Midnight Slash in, but it's going to be Urshifu that locks it in for Pineapple, and now they can go get the win and prove me to be predicted right if they can score enough points.
Urshifu able to get that secure. I mean, that's what you have Dark Bear for, but do they lose any lives here? Dodrio gets very low, goes down. 88 points go in. Another 100 points go in. Nobody is down for Do You Like Pineapple right now. No buffs have been lost. And right now, this is a very close game. They need to get just a couple more points in. 17 goes in, and now the score lead is thinner. We do have more buffs on the side of Do You Like Pineapple and 2 goal zones to defend from Mia Familia. They definitely don't want to go down. Here comes Buzzwole with a 50 cap. These teams are going to be trying to push with a minute left. It's going to be really difficult here. 469, 494. Another points go in. Do You Like Pineapple is now in the lead.
Oh, I mean, we do have a minute left if they do lose their goals, but no, they've wiped out Mia Familia here with the Sableye being the only one left to defend against the rest of these points. Not going to be a Thousand Island dressing game just yet, but what a fun game that really was, Husky. Mia Familia were an absolute blast pulling out this comp and did it successfully, but Pineapple, what a rebound that they managed to have in the entirety of this game to defend that score comp.
Yeah, what a fun game to see. I feel like they really could have had it there, but Mia Familia, I mean, I guess they have Urshifu, so you can't really expect to out-secure the Urshifu, but I do think they really could have used the Dodrio actually in the pit in that moment instead of being on the base goal zone. They just didn't have enough of a score lead to really do that, unfortunately. But other than that, the score comp, it did do very well. And it is going to be your prediction, Tano, that ends up coming out on top with a 2-0 victory.
That was a blast. I really, really enjoyed that. I mean, shout out to Mia Familia for bringing us a lot of fun. Of course, you know, we see these comps where they're like, okay, this is a normal comp, as we say, you expect to see it, but Mia Familia having a little bit of fun with it, knowing that they were a game down, and it was a lot of fun to cast and witness as well.
Yeah, that was a really fun game. I mean, the double speedster, but then the triple speedster as well. And it's always going to be interesting to see teams pull out a team comp like that. And then look at the KOs as well. It just, with us speedsters, you expect to see more KOs, but they weren't bothering with that. They were just going for scores the entire time, whereas Skull TT Bone was just obliterating them. And Daddy Leon as well. You were saying about how, like, Daddy Leon being the linchpin of it. Look how much damage they were able to put out.
It was incredible. I mean, you saw every time Mia Familia had Daddy Leon in the fight, they just couldn't find the KO. They couldn't break through them and take them down. So, you know, when you have 3 of the most damaging Pokemon with burst damage in the game and you can't take down that one Fire Spin Armor Rouge, you just gotta go score.
I love how we keep seeing just whoever the second observer is, just like their lobby
Latias.
popping up on the bottom of the screen. Favorited Latias right now, who is another supporter that I think is very strong, but we haven't really seen in competitive. I think that Unite has been doing a good job of putting out a lot of really fun Pokemon that are just much better for solo play.
I wholeheartedly agree. We did see a Latias game previously, and yeah, the Latias ain't it in a 5-stack setting. It really is. But I have seen it in solo queue, and a lot of people very much enjoy it. But that's going to be the end of that set, as Do You Like Pineapple managed to take the victory with 2-0. Meaning that they not only get the better record, but they also get more points into their game win column, putting the distance between them and Mia Familia even higher.
Yeah, that's definitely a huge win there for Do You Like Pineapple when these teams were so even going into this set. But that was definitely the exciting match that we were hoping for. And next up, we're going to be seeing another match that is going to prove to be extremely interesting and exciting. Our current reigning champions have an opportunity to get taken down here, or at least drop a couple games here. But yeah, are you excited for this next one?
Really, this is the game of the day, this next one. So ridiculously excited, chat. We're going to take a quick break while we get it set up for you. Grab yourself a drink and a snack, because this is going to be electric. Oh, we have an interview first. Production's just let me know. Okay.
Yeah.
Who do we have?
Yo, it's me, Daddy Leon. Hi.
There's Daddy Leon, the OG. Buddy, welcome in. Huge congrats to you. How powerful did you feel in that game on that Fire Spin Armor Rouge?
Super powerful actually, because we figured that they're gonna play score count, and Fire Spin is just so good at defending pets, so I felt really good.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, what was your reaction to seeing them pulling out the 3 speedsters and what was likely going to be a score comp?
Yeah, like when they picked Zoro and Dodrio, I think it was at the same time. We knew, okay, they're gonna play score count here, but we were quite confident because we had last pick, so we could secure like Urshifu, for example, which we took to be even better at defending pets because it can just hit through score shields and stuff. So yeah, we were kind of confident that we can like out macro the score count.
I love the confidence, buddy. What I want to know as well is, it's pretty much confirmed that you're going to be in the playoffs, because we only have 12 weeks. This is week 11, and you're mid-table, so you're comfortable in that position. But what is the one team that you want to go up against in that playoffs that you really want to take it back with?
Banana Peelers. I have a lot of friends in that team, and I just I feel like I have to prove something.
That's awesome to hear. I mean, there's a lot going on with these the playoffs coming up, and teams really have like their last chance to show up. And I guess I want to know where your head is at going into these next couple weeks and then going into the playoffs. Are you feeling confident? Are you feeling like you have to shape up on specific things? What are you and your team kind of feeling like?
I would say overall we are pretty confident in our abilities. Also, like, the new map came mid-season and it changed a lot in the meta and how you approach the game. So everyone kind of had to do a reset mentally and approach the new map from a new perspective. So we are all like, we started at the same level in mid-season because the map changed, and now who adapts first is gonna be the best team. And so there's a good chance for us, like, to be better than some may be expecting.
All right, Daddy Leon, final one from me. We've got Ultimate up next. I want your opinion. Do you believe that they can be beaten, and do you think it's going to be in this next game?
Who are they playing against? I don't know.
They are, let me just double
Cafe.
check. Cafe du Matin next.
Oh, okay. These guys can actually beat them. Yes. I like at some point they will lose, and the next series, Café du Matin is a team that is currently, like, I think, second on the ladder, so they should be the main opponents to get a win of Ultimate. And even if they don't, it doesn't matter too much because playoffs will be a whole new set of series, and everyone can win a playoff. So we will see.
Yeah, you heard it here from Daddy Leon. We've got Do You Like Pineapple to look forward to, hopefully, likely, in the playoffs coming up in a couple weeks. And they believe any team can be beaten going into these next couple weeks. So thank you so much, Daddy Leon, for joining us after a very convincing win against a team that we thought could really be a difficult one for you to match up against. So thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much for your time as well, and yeah, and thank you for everyone watching as well.
Of course, buddy. I also had you on predictions, by the way, so huge shout out to you guys. I believed in you.
Good to hear. Keep going.
We are going to head to a quick break chat while we get the next game set up and ready to roll in for you. Again, grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack. We'll be back very shortly. Welcome back, trainers. It is time. Ultimate versus Café du Matin, the one game everybody was so excited for today, and it's on now.
Yeah, this is going to be a really good game. We were talking about it throughout the early parts of today when we were just looking forward to this set happening. But look at the records of these teams. Ultimate having dropped no sets and I think just one game total so far. They are definitely the team to beat, and Café du Matin 9-1 currently. Let's take a look at Ultimate's roster.
Yeah, here at Ultimate, Kranix, Nachos, Bingo, Kyoro, and Qatar. I do believe we did have some changes, and Kranix has now left the squad, so it is going to be Sixes of Traffy that have joined. Looking at their records, though, with Qatar and Nacho still in there, top 4 at EUIC. I was there, chat. It was absolutely incredible to witness them play. Really good team, and I mean, they're 10-0 right now, Husky. You can't say much more about it, can you?
Yeah. I mean, this is a really strong roster and a really strong team, and with the changes we'll be seeing if they continue to do that. Let's take a look at the other squad, Café du Matin.
Another hyped squad. We've got Cascade and Mbappe, Ultime, Azalito, and Voxshow here with top 8s for them for regionals as well. And the Gamers Assembly that happened, a couple of these players actually won it, Azalito and Cascade here, and then top 3 as well for Mbappe. A brilliant team. If there was one team that could beat Ultimate, it would be this one.
Yeah, that's what we were kind of saying. And even Daddy Leon said that if it's going to be a team that takes down Ultimate, it's going to be this team. And it's going to be fun to watch, too. Café du Matin, I had to go with Ultimate for my prediction, but Café du Matin, it's been one of those teams that have just been really fun to watch throughout this series. And Mbappe is just one of the most fun players to watch, and the picks that they pull out and the way that their play style is. They could really catch somebody like somebody like Ultimate off guard, I think.
I want to see some Serena coming out of the Cascade as well. I know how much they like that Pokemon. And Aegislash, so we probably will see a little bit of that, Husky. But I am the only one here, chat, out of the entirety of production, the entirety of the European League that has predicted Café du Matin to take this. I've got something in my bones. I just feel it.
I would love to see it happen for sure, but it's going to be a tough road ahead, a difficult mountain to climb. We'll see if there really ain't no mountain high enough or whatever the song is. As we get into our band phase here, some teams deciding on what bands they want to go with. Slowbro potentially being banned out here, and Ultimate doesn't want to see that Venusaur either, which is a Pokemon we've seen do very, very well.
Goat recognize Goat. They know Venusaur is the problem on Faya Sky Ruins right now. Buzzwole, Comfey, Suicune taken out by Café du Matin. We don't see that many Buzzwole bans, so I like the fact that they're recognizing that is always going to be an all-rounder that people try to pick up.
Yeah, Hoopa going to be first picked. Blissey was on the table. Only support to be banned was Comfey. So Blissey is still on the table, and it looks like we're going to see Café lock in Trevenant and Mew. So one defender here that we haven't seen a ton of, but did recently get buffs, and it is very strong.
What are Ultimate going to try and range it out with? The Pikachu over the Alolan Raichu is very interesting. I feel like we haven't seen any Pikachu since that came out, but no, a rotation onto the Greninja. Now, we do know a little bit about Traffy. Greninja, Cinderace are their go-tos, and Greninja's pretty decent right now. It does need a little bit more levels, but we always see it come out on top in some of these games.
Yeah, I mean, if you know how to play Greninja, it can be really difficult, even if you are prepared for it. And, oh, look at
It's
Palmy
so cute.
getting locked in. I wish it just stayed as Palmy, because look how cute he is. And it's going to be the first time I'm seeing Palmot competitively, and I'm looking forward to it as well. I think it can really shut down a Pokemon like Greninja, especially with its Unite move. Oh my god, please pick it. Please pick it. No, they're not going to. They would never, just for me. But it is going to be Zoroark, and rounding it out with the Garchomp pick. So double support composition here for Ultimate with a lot of damage and a lot of in-your-face damage if they can get this Greninja online.
They've got a good balance of early game, late game as well here on the side of Ultimate with that Garchomp and Greninja being on the field as well. Showmaker is going to range it out with a Zera Aura, which, it's usually only Ultimate or Captain Matin we see bring out that Pokemon. So I'm excited to see where this goes. Nachos is so dominant on their speedsters. If anyone was going to pick Masquerade, it would be them, Husky, but it is the Zoroark, and they're so incredibly impressive on it, even without a Comfey.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of this Zera Aura pick as well. It's one of those speedsters that tends to do pretty well into other speedsters. I could even see us going a Wild Charge here just for that single target damage on something like Greninja, but Discharge is still pretty strong with that shield, the opportunity to pull team members in, and you just kind of want to get Palmot the opportunity to brawl with some of these other Pokemon. The Garchomp Palmot matchup is also going to be quite interesting.
Yeah, I can't wait to see how that goes. I've only seen Palmot once in competitive, and especially in this league, and it didn't do that great. Some good Unite moves, but it didn't feel that impactful. Cascade is a very strong all-rounder player, so I can't wait to see if we see a little bit more out of it here and finally get the realization on whether it's good in that 5-stack setting.
Yeah, it's just all-rounders can be very stale sometimes. It's like, oh, it punches, and, we have Pokemon that do that already, and they're Pokemon that a lot of players are more used to than others. So, like, if you want something like Palmot, then just go with Garchomp, go with Urshifu, go with Scizor even, because of it's sustained. But here we go, game number 1.
This is the matchup of the week. Let's see who comes out on top, as it is going to be the Speedsters taking the central area for both here. It's a good top lane for Ultimate with that Gibble paired with the Blissey.
We've got Little Froakie in this bottom path looking for some secures. Here comes the Phantom, but a great stun there from the Hoopa to make sure they weren't able to get that secure. Mew with an Electro Ball will not even be able to take that one, I don't think. That was a pretty good pickup there from Ultimate.
Yeah, you're always going to be happy if you can out-secure the Mew with it being so dominant in these early stages. Cascade looking to see if they can get it. They do dive through with the Natus. Couple were taken, though, by the Blissey. Looking for the KO onto Kioro, but that Gibble, whilst it may get weak, boy, does that output damage.
I would love to see Palmot be able to do super well here. I forgot to check whether or not it was stacking. We have Zera Aura now level 5, and it is the Volt Switch, so I can imagine we will see Discharge. Not that you can't run Volt Switch Wild Charge, but just also, why would you?
Exactly. They are stacking on the side of Cascade, by the way. They have a Razor Claw, a Muscle Band, and attack weight on that Palmot. Nice. So I'm with you. I'm hoping that means that we're going to have some exciting battles during this game.
And it is level 5 now, so we have got the Palmo online, and Zera's made it down into the path to look for an opportunity to pick up some KO here, and that's kind of the thing with some of these early game speedsters, is you just gotta rotate all and try to catch enemy Pokemon by surprise, but so far nobody has really been going down just yet.
15 seconds before Regidrago is here as well. Kioro pulls those Natus onto their side. Cascade is going to get out of this one, but who's going to show for that Regidrago? Right now, it's Ultimate that's going to be there with Zoroark and Greninja. That's going to be a quick rip.
Yeah, and we don't have the Trevenant online just yet. They are not level 5. Looking for non-Regidrago, but even gets down. Zoroark and Greninja have very easily taken that one down.
You just cannot deal with that boosted that comes out from that Zoroark, as we do see traffic going in here looking for a KO. Palmot has got the better of the goodbye in the top lane. Ultimate have to capitalize down here, put some pushes in, get these points through, managing to score the 30 before the boosted comes from Mew.
No points have gone in for Cafe, so that means max for Palmot just yet. And nothing for either side. Luckily, Zoroark overextended a little bit here, so getting something back grabs that KO, but it doesn't look like they're really going to have much of an opportunity to capitalize any further.
Ooh, Kioro's going to dive here onto the both of them in this top lane, with Blissey being there as well. They should be able to get some good rips through here onto the side of Cascade, but Azalatto not letting it happen. They drop those pollen puffs, and they're able to defend against this. Kioro has to use the eject button to try and see if they can get out. Tries to go for the pick onto Palmot, but Zoroark shows up, and Nachos cleans up both with the Nightfall Days.
Yeah, that is just the, what we saw was a bit of the supports right there. Just the Blissey and the Eldegoss, if you can kill your all-rounder fast. And then unfortunately Zorak cut that short by showing that top path, taking down the Palmot on behalf of her Chop. We weren't able to see the 1v1 being respected of been.
Now, right, we're seeing what Ultimate do best, and that is give themselves an aggressive control in the game. They've got more points. They realistically have more levels. It's all about catch-up now for Café du Martin. Japer finding that KO will be a good shout, but can you catch up when the team does not let you get your own experience? With Nachos finding that KO. Voxo trying to get them, but Bliss is there for the assistance, and they get out.
With the egg bombs, and Oil is just doing a lot, and here comes Sean as well, trying. There's so HP, but they don't really seem to care that much. Trying to get out, not able to, but in the process, we do see the Regilecki walk in that top path.
I'm suspecting that Nachos wanted to go for that, but smartly decides, hey, they're going to be defending that all of the way right now. 202 points to 30. Ultimate are definitely in control of this game, but it's going to be about the power of this late game. As soon as we have that Unite move ready on the side of Trevenant and the approach that we can see from the Zero Aura, these team fights are going to be a little bit crazy.
Yeah, levels right now aren't Cafe's favor at all. We've got level 12 on that, whereas the Zero Aura is still only level, and that could be they really need to try to take down the Zorak if they can, but we know that Nut is just a really strong player in role, and it's going to be difficult.
Ooh, Voxo does manage to get on out. They have used the Wallburst Shuriken as well, but here comes Nachos. They do find the KO, but they managed to get the Trevenant in the process. Nightfall Days was used as well. That's pretty massive for Café du Martin, but now you have to try and handle traffic. Bliss Assistance is going to come through. That props a huge amount of damage onto the side of Café du Martin, and they've not found any KOs for their effort here. Finally, they take down the Hooper, but traffic's still being a bit of a nuisance for them to deal with. Zero Aura's going to dive on in. Showmaker managing to find the double, looking for a triple here as they put the pressure onto the Blissey. They have managed to find the Garchomp in the middle of the fight, and Café du Martin get a moment of brilliance to get some experience.
Yeah, I mean, you did lose a couple Pokemon there for a moment on Café du Martin, but you took down the big heavy hitters. You took down Greninja, Garchomp, and Zorak in that fight, and you are able to secure the Registeel. This could be where they start to turn it around. They do pick up the Blissey, and some points are going to roll in.
Oh, Café du Martin have just flipped this game on its head. This is what we like to see, and now we have a level 13 Showmaker from that Husky before we even hit the 3-minute mark. Ridiculous effort from CDM to get themselves back in this.
They are indeed making it a show, but in the top path, Regilecki has gone over to the side of Ultimate, and they are moving toward a potential push. Greninja with a huge Water Burst Shuriken on top of Fulmer's. Mew pops the Unite move, but not before the rest of their team goes down, getting caught here by the Garchomp. Huge eject button, triple KO streak for Greninja. Ultimate could try to push this in.
That is as clean gets from Ultimate, managing to find some fantastic picks with that one Unite move, and then they clean up the rest of them trying to escape. Now they're going to get the central area experience from Café du Martin because they have to defend that Regilecki, and they've already got themselves back into the position that they were looking to be in.
202 to 120, but that being said, Café du Martin is not that far behind. We've still got a minute left until Groudon is up in Theus Sky Ruins. Somehow it got up here. We don't really know how. I imagine Rayquaza just went down there and was like, dude, it's your turn, and brought him up here, but
I'm out of here.
You know, we don't really know how he made it up here. Unfortunately for the Zero Aura, Showmaker, their focus band was popped with a little bit of an engage, so that could be rough for them. Cascade getting into a little bit of a scuffle with his Garchomp. What a huge pick for Café, able to take them down. I mean, they're going to be back up before Groudon hits the map, but that's some good experience.
Especially if you can find more here as well, not having the Garchomp in the fight. They are going to retreat. Well, absolutely a decent amount of experience. They've now got level 14 on the side of Zero Aura, 13 on the Mew and the Palmot. The Pokemon that you want to have levels here, Husky, you've got on your side.
Yeah, it doesn't have its Unite move back up quite yet. It's going to need to get some hits in on the Pokemon. And look at this, Ultimate going for a couple back caps. And then Hoopa, with the rings unbound, brings them all back in so they can't even go for a rip on the Groudon. Team members going down. Ultimate is losing health very fast. Hoopa goes down. Garchomp, Blissey goes down. 4 members of Ultimate are now down. It's just the Zoroark, and nobody goes down on Cafe. A team wipe. 5 members down, and Cafe do Matin take the Groudon.
Now they can rein in Hundo Burgers. Of course, you don't have unstoppable scoring anymore, so we can see disruptions, but they managed to give themselves a lead. Oh my god,
no!
I had a flash there. I was trying to see what's going on. Qatar trying to sneak this defense on, but they've done what they need to do. But 1:10 left right now, Husky. It's still anyone's game.
Yeah, they cannot afford to lose any Groudon buffs. So they need to get back to their own goal zones. They do not want to get into a fight with the members of Ultimate. No Unite moves are available on either side here for either team. Nachos wants to go in, does get a hit, but not enough damage. And now Cafe sit on their goal zone. They know they're in the lead, but all things considered, it is not that much of a lead.
This is, I mean, the Groudon does so much for you with that buff on. I mean, we saw that Trevenant just cause chaos. Nachos there, and it looks like the team are not fully pushing this. I think they're wary of some possible back caps. As soon as they've got vision on everyone, we should realistically see a push. Unite move might be ready on that Hooper shortly, but Garchomp goes down. That's going to limit the approach that they can take. The rings are let loose on that top pad. Huskies, they try and score these points.
No!
They managed it.
No!
10 seconds left. Ultimate with the patience of a god, and they managed to pull out a win.
Absolutely no way you let them have that there. What an oversight by Cafe. You know there's a Hoopa on the other side. You have to cover all your goal zones. The game was won. The game was won for them. And they threw it away, not covering that top goal zone. What a heads-up play from Hoopa there to bring everybody onto the top goal zone. Any points you can think of, just throw them into that top goal zone as quick as you can. Who needs the Groudon buff? This is Team Ultimate. They are not trying to lose a single map.
That was incredible. What a way to respond. Qatar, you beautiful support player. I gotta say though, Cafe du Martin, incredibly impressive at that Groudon den, managing to find that entire team wipe, limiting what Ultimate could do. But this is Pokemon Unite, chat, and you can never count a team out of this game, especially with this new Groudon buff.
What a ridiculous end to that game. I thought for sure they team wiped them. Completely team wiped Ultimate in that last fight. Even with the rings unbound, they went right through and completely team wiped everybody. Huge Palmot Unite move as well as the Trevenant Unite move just to bring everything home, and the Zoroark just couldn't quite get anything done in that last fight. We didn't see the Blissey Unite move go onto the Zoroark, which you definitely would have wanted in that moment, but they still were able to pull the win out with the final rings unbound on Hoopa. That was absolutely crazy.
It's so impressive, and I honestly feel like I would love to be a fly in the VC chats of both of these two teams, because, like, imagine how frustrating and how fuming you must be if you're on the side of Cafe du Martin. You did everything right, everything. You had that game won. It was your victory, but you just weren't prepared for the Unite move from Qatar. I mean, you saw Kyoro push that T2 pad by themselves. You've managed to pick up the KO on Garchomp. If that Garchomp is there by themselves, Husky, you know that something is cooking on the side of Ultimate.
Yeah, man, I don't know how you don't cover that top goal zone. Nobody was standing on top of it. You don't know where Hoopa is. You don't have vision on that Pokemon. You have to know that that's going to be a play that they're going to pull out, because all they need to do is get points. They don't need to KO. They don't need to win a team fight. I think that sometimes teams forget that at the end of the game. It's not about team fighting anymore. It's just about getting as many points in as you possibly can. And that's exactly what Ultimate did in that moment. They were like, no one's covering this goal zone. We can bring everybody here really quickly. And fantastic as well. I mean, I'm not saying like Cafe du Martin did anything like devastatingly wrong. I'm saying Ultimate really capitalized on that situation. They set everybody into the bottom path to make it seem like they're pushing for a team fight, force everybody onto that basement goal zone, and then just pop the rings unbound. It was just an incredible play from them.
Yeah, there wasn't a quick enough response. But that's the difficulty. As soon as Pokemon come through that portal, you're all on the pad. You've already got a ridiculous scoring speed from the having all of you on that pad. So it's easier for you to be able to score. We saw Showmaker was sat on that springboard, ready to go defend whatever goal they needed to, but it wasn't quick enough from triggering it to land on that T2 pad. And then you've got the rest of the team there anyway, Husky. What can you do? As a lowly speedster, you can drop out your discharge, but they're spread across the entirety of the goal and they're all sat on it. That's easy points raining in.
Just shows you how beneficial having a Hoopa really is, because Zoroark and Blissey, I believe it was, were standing on their side of the map in case Café du Matin tried to push at all again. So they were still defending. They were doing everything at once. They were offensive, they were defensive, and they had a Hoopa. And that's kind of all you need in Pokemon Unite.
Facts, absolute facts here on Stream Chat. So Ultimate are going to take that first game, but it was not an easy win. It took a moment of brilliance from Qatar for them to be able to take that one, because Café du Matin, oh boy, are they going to be upset losing that game.
Yeah, and they had their chance right there. You really thought for a second that they were going to be the team that takes a map off of Ultimate, who's only lost a single map this entire tournament, this entire season of EUL, and they really had it. It looked like they had that chance, and then Ultimate proved why they have lost that single map and are 10-0 in terms of sets right now.
We do have to have a conversation about teams consistently letting nachos on this Zoroark. I feel like when you look at bans going into games, and obviously you try and target a really heavy Pokemon that the other team plays well, nachos is ridiculous on this Pokemon, Husky. It's just insane.
Yeah, I feel like giving nachos the Zoroark is like a mistake that every team makes once.
Yeah.
Like, you make that mistake one time. You're like, it's Zoroark, we can shut it down, like, late game it's not as good, just don't let them have Comfey, and then they won't pick the Zoroark, so they ban the Comfey, and then it doesn't matter, because they still pick up the Zoroark, and then you only let that happen one time.
I wonder if they go for any adjustments here, because if you're looking at it from the side of Café du Matin, that was their game. That game was won. That was theirs, in the basket. So, other than maybe taking that rotation of Hooper away, you realistically could just run it back.
Yeah, you could. I mean, there's no reason why you couldn't just run it back here. The team comp was great. Like, both team comps were really solid. I even probably liked Café du Matin's team comp in the first game a little bit better. It's just like, it kind of showed, like, this is why Hoopa was first pick.
Yeah.
Like, it's just so strong to be able to make those kind of plays, especially in a competitive environment with having that much map control. But we will see what they end up doing here. Game number 2. It looks like we did switch sides here. So Ultimate is now your second pick.
Okay, let's see. What are going to be the bans? Looks like they're sticking with the Blissey at least. Blastoise coming out is quite interesting. No, they're gonna rotate it around. I'm gonna wait until they're actually picked here. Buzzwole, Comfey, Blissey for Café du Matin, and then we see the Suicune, the Alolan Raichu, and the Hoopa being banned here.
Yeah, the Hoopa being banned makes sense. Ultimate doesn't want to give that opportunity back over to Café, and they do go with that Comfey ban again. So they try to shut down being worse than it could be here, but they are going to actually grab Eldegoss as that first pick. They really liked it in the last game, and it looked really good.
It did. I don't know whether first pick worthy, but they're cooking. Let's wait and see what they want to build around it, because Ultimate, they're going to take the Snorlax here. Qatar gets access to the best defender in the game currently, and Bingo's going to pull out the Alchemy that we haven't actually seen that much of, but as far as team fighting goes, it doesn't get any better than a Unite move like that.
I do absolutely love Alchemy. I've been seeing people talk about how it's not as impactful, but I think people were using it a lot for offense, and I think that using it more for defense is really where that Unite move shines. And Ultimate is really bringing together a defensive line here with that Snorlax and that Alchemy, so it could be really helpful in a team fight. Showmaker and Voxo are going to try to shut that down, though. They're going to grab the Umbreon, which is still one of the best defenders you can have. It's very, very tanky. Even with the Unite move nerf, it's still strong. And Showmaker with that Blaziken, that is one of the best secures in the game, if not the best secure. then we are going to get to see Traffy on the other Pokemon that they play, which is Cinderace.
I mean, hey, if it works, don't change it. So they were very strong on their Greninja. They're going to go to their other strong pick with the Cinderace, which is actually, devastating for the late game. The attack on that Pokemon is insane. Nachos is going to pull out the Zero Aura this time and try and do a little bit of revenge for what Café du Matin were doing. Cascade brings out the Serena. We knew it was going to happen. If it wasn't an Aegis Slash, it'll be a Serena. And that is a strong front line for Japer to pull out the Latios for as well.
You know what I wish we had on the draft screen? Like, I wish we could see the ribbons on the actual draft screen. Because, a lot of times in, production, we'll go back to our faces for a second while, the game's loading in so we can talk more. But I always miss out on seeing, what the are. I feel like it would be so interesting if they added that to the draft screen. But anyway, that's not the point. We don't see this Zoroark this time from Nachos. Mr. Hog Rider, as he would be referred to in-game. But we are going to see Zero Aura come out instead, which is, just what we said in the last game. These two teams are really the only two teams that play Zero Aura, and they're some of the best two teams currently in this league.
When me, Magical, and Night Terror were covering the league, I think last week, they decided that we should sing Hog Rider as we cast their name, and I'm like, bro, Hog Rider is how Night Terror used to do it. And all three of us ended up doing it, so.
Hog Rider!
There we go.
Can Ultimate pull it out with a 2-0 win, or can Cafe shut them down here and force them into a Game 3? Let's see.
I would love to see a Game 3 between these two teams. If anything's going to happen today with a set doing it, it would be this one. Traffy's going to take the bottom lane here, leaving that central area for the Zero Aura, going up against the Latios. Maybe a little bunny, but it does a decent amount of damage early.
Yeah, I thought you were saying that the Latios was a bunny for a second, and I was like, okay, I mean, cook, I guess, but unfortunately they're not really able to get any of these secures. Latios doesn't have bad secure, but if you're going up against a Snorlax, it's a little bit difficult. Cinderace will back up here, let Latios take a piece of farm to themselves as Zero Aura makes it down into this bottom path.
Buskin's already in the top path as well, so I think it's probably Nachos or Hog Rider that gets the better position down here. Doesn't manage to find the Lally Blue, though, as they get back onto their pad, and Ultimate going to retreat back to theirs.
Yeah, not too bad. I mean, you waste an eject button on the Latios, but you do get out, so that's more important. Lucario taking here into level 5 just as the bird map. What a great blaze kick there from Combuskin to get everything onto Café du Matin.
Smart play. Kyoro's limited there, not being able to take anything, but they have hit that level 5, so they're definitely having the power spike they need right now, pushing them back as well on the side of Cascade. But Azalito is here with their heals, and they are going to be able to keep up this arena as they look for the KO onto Kyoro, and they do find it. That's going to be huge for finding those levels.
Wow, next level eject button, though, from Kyoro to go to the opposite side of where they thought, and then see if they could push them further away from their goal zone with enough time. This is what happens when you've got an Eldegoss at level 5 and Alchemy has not reached level 4 quite yet. This is one of the things about Alchemy. I do love that Pokemon, but it doesn't have the best early game out of supports, so it can be a little bit Latios now at level 6 because aren't getting those Dragon Pulse stacks.
What is having a good early game so far, though, is Café du Matin, as they do manage to take the Regidrago as well. Can Voxo stop the scoring going through? They don't. They do manage to stop the 30, but here comes the Blaziken looking for the KO. Wow. Zero Aura sent packing as they look to dive onto Snorlax as well, Husky. They get one, and they get one for free as well.
Showmaker making it another show. If nothing, they want to take some berries away from this Cinderace. Traffy still only level 6. Latios comes in, gets another Eon power stack as well as a KO right as the 720s are about to hit the board.
All right, Café du Matin have been very impressive in this early set. Here's Kyoro, does get stunned the other way. They're coming back and they find the KO. Cascade is now online with this Serena. Don't quite have the Unite move yet, but the stomps are going to rain on down.
Yeah, these stomps are really devastating. You were talking about how you wanted to see Cascade play that Serena, and in this game so far, they are looking fantastic. That being said, Ultimate has kept up in terms of score. Neither team has really pulled ahead just yet, but we do have an elusive Regice in this bottom path. Latios will go down from the Cinderace here, but Cafe du Matin is just devastating them.
Showmaker is absolutely ridiculous on this Blaziken. It's the way that they're managing to maneuver that Pokemon and find KOs onto the side of Ultimate where they're least expecting it is just ridiculous. And Snorlax tries to see if they can get the block in here and stop them pushing onto the pad. Cafe du Matin with a quick response are going to try and see if they can steal some farm away. Everybody knew as soon as Showmaker was in that bush, they are charging that overheat kick.
Recover on the Alchemy, so it could be helpful as we scale up into the late game, but it looks like Cafe does maybe want to push. No, instead they are just going to use the Umbreon Unite move and back up. No, that's what they wanted you to think as the Zeraora gets trapped in Latios with them.
Oh, wow. This is pro play if we've ever seen it as we try and see if we can push the pad on the side of Ultimate here. Showmaker has arrived. Traffy trying to drop that damage onto them, and it's going to be the discharge from Zeraora that finds the KOs, and Cafe du Matin falter at this T1 pad. Snorlax trying to block the damage from Japer. They're not able to stop the 40 coming in with the Eon Blast, and they break the pad.
Yeah, Latios had a little bit of a plan there, but just not enough to take down the Zeraora before that they were able to score. Meanwhile, Cafe has just decided to go for the Regieleki in the top path, and they are able to push it in here. Serena probably wants to go for that 40 cap, but they want to make sure that they secure all of the experience first.
Can they get the 20 in? Yes, they do. They were so weak, but they sneaked that through, and here comes the 40. A decent overcap, giving themselves the point lead back, but Nachos is not making it easy for them. Gets pushed into the wall, though, by the Blaziken. How are they still alive? Finally, they do fall back to the Pokemon Center, and we do see Cascade coming on in with their Queen Ascenders. Doesn't find Traffy, but this is a back-and-forth game if we've ever seen one, Husky.
The recover on this Alchemy is just a game changer right now. It's so strong that it makes damage coming out from things like Serena and Blaziken be healed up so quickly. I think the problem that ends up happening with recover a lot of the time is that it's a skill shot, and you have to know exactly where to place it, which means you have to have really good team chemistry. And it's very clear that they do. This Alchemy is looking really good.
Now trying to go for the rip on the Regirock. It's going to be Traffy that secures it here for Ultimate. Cafe du Matin now have to go on the retreat. Utilizing Voxo here to take that damage onto them and allow Showmaker to get on out. You don't want to give away that much experience at the moment. Ultimate now are trying to go for their own retreat. Showmaker fancies this here, Husky, but wisely decide not to go for it.
Regidrago now hits the map. Cinderace going to be able to make some decent work of that while Snorlax tries to defend against 3, but they are going to come in and it's going to be a battle for who secures.
Oh, it's going to be taken here by Umbreon Voxo with a brilliant effort, grabbing the Regidrago, and then Ultimate just cleans up anybody that was around it anyway, so they get some nice experience from the KOs. Cascade here having to deal with Nachos in their face. Doesn't get picked up by the grab, and Cafe du Matin just trying to grab their experience before Ultimate takes it.
I mean, I'm watching the recovers heal so much of what Ultimate is losing. It's really powerful healing. We just don't get to see it a ton because of it being a skill shot that you have to actually land. And, like, can it land before you actually get taken down is the question. Cascade trying to get some experience here, and they do get blocked, but they are able to get out.
Good push on that bottom T2 as well from Ultimate as they try to take the point lead. Cafe du Matin trying to answer with their own push onto the T2. Springboard may be up, but when your entire team is on the pad, it's easy to score the points and break it to boot.
Yeah, with 2 minutes and 50 seconds left on the clock, and Cafe du Matin does have a pretty decent point lead, so even though there was a bad cap going on, it didn't matter when you consider them breaking the entirety of that tier 2 goal zone. Now we're waiting 30 seconds left until Groudon shows up. Umbreon does get caught here. They will be back up beforehand, but that is some experience that you don't want to give over at this point in the game.
Now that Regieleki is going to approach the home pad for Ultimate, so realistically they've kind of got to go for the Groudon or go defend that. It's not quite the win condition that we're so used to seeing because, you know, you can't insta-score like you can with Rayquaza anymore. But Traffy is going to take this Registeel for Ultimate. Now Groudon coming onto the field. They are going back to defend this Regieleki.
Yeah, Luke is down right now, so that could be pretty dangerous. Blaziken forcing them to have to defend this Regieleki here, knows that they can't and make them out while the rest of the team is starting to chip at Groudon. This is at half right now, Tano.
Yeah, I don't know whether they've got enough, though, because here comes Ultimate coming on in, and they do manage to take it, though. Ultimate can't squeeze. They secure. It's going to be Japer that does so, and now they just got to rip through Ultimate. Got to take the fight. You have the lead currently. Don't be too worried about scoring. They dive on into it, and they throw them into the bush, thanks to Showmaker, and Cascade cleans up the rest. Kathy to Matin. There's the white flag from Ultimate.
Wow.
They take a game, Husky, and we're going to a game 3.
Yeah, Ultimate didn't even want to deal with trying to push that one. They just let them have that win. The second map that we have seen Ultimate drop, and it is to Cafe doing. Can they come back here and make this into a 2-1 set? That's going to be what we're going to see in game 3, the first one of today.
I mean, Cafe de Martin means morning coffee. They've definitely had theirs today, because that was an absolute show from that team. They were so good. Ultimate, they have nachos, and whilst you have nachos on a Pokemon like that, you're always going to have a good upper hand. I very much enjoyed this Cinderace. I think in the later game, it was very good at ripping, but for this team, Cafe de Martin, I just cannot keep my eyes off Showmaker and Cascade when we see them fight.
Yeah, I feel like their team fight was much better the entire time, and they really capitalized on 2 members of Ultimate having to stand on the base goal zone to defend against the Regieleki, and then they were just able to the damage on top of the Groudon force Ultimate in, and then still end up getting that secure. I mean, you don't have as good of a secure as something like Overheat on that Blaziken, and look at that, 36% team, 90,000 damage.
Cooking for your team. Vox Show taking a decent amount as well, blocking what Ultimate was throwing their way. Impressive from Japer. Again, 23k taken on the side of the ranged attacker. Whilst you've dropped 20% of your team's damage, you're doing what you need to do on that ranged attacker there.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm not super sure about this Cinderace. I just felt like it was very silent the entire game, and it was good at the objectives. That's, what it's supposed to do, but it just didn't really feel like it was doing anything to Cafe du Monten's team. It didn't really hit the Latios much. I felt like it wasn't as strong as it could have been. I feel like the Greninja from game number 1 was definitely more present. I'm not sure if that means back-to-back Greninja, or if they're gonna, want to stick with their Cinderace for the rest of this set. Yeah, I just didn't love it.
I think I do agree that Greninja definitely more success on it, and that might be an approach for Traffy. But the thing is, I kind of want to see them bring something else out here as well, Husky, because realistically, Cafe de Martin, they know this player. They know what they're going to be bringing to the fight. So give them something to think about that isn't a Cinderace and Greninja, in my opinion. You know the kind of comp that Ultimate likes to play. So I think to catch Cafe de Martin out here, because they had that game. They were cooking that game. Got to give them something to think about.
Yeah, Cinder Greninja is just like, pick something else at this point. I don't know. They're strong, but I think it's like there's just better things that you can play, especially around the team comps that Cafe is putting together, especially around a team that's as strong as Cafe. They already know what your plan is, so and even like worth it enough to ban the Greninja and Cinderace away, so they don't really care that much. But game number 3, it looks like we are back to Ultimate being first pick, and they're actually going to Cascade Serena.
Oh, I love it so much. It's such a joy to watch when they're on that Pokemon. And to be honest, you could have justification for taking Blaziken from Showmaker as well. But Qatar is going to take the Snorlax here for Ultimate. And let's see what Cafe de Martin want to answer with. Oh, please. Please.
That would be crazy if we saw the T-Tar come out. But they are going to grab the Alchemy, which did look good on Ultimate's side previously. So they're going to grab it away from them. And we are going to see the Leafeon, a Pokemon that we haven't seen this set. We've seen a lot of Speedsters, but not this one.
Okay, Pikachu picked up by Traffy here. Interesting. I suspect Volt Tackle Electro Ball, because, especially when Speedsters are on the field. But I would very much like to see the Mage build coming out of Pikachu here.
Yeah, the Pikachu does have the EXP share on right now. I don't know if we're going to see them go with it I do like the support Pikachu a lot. I like it better than attacker Pikachu, and I think that Volt Tackle Electro Ball, if nothing else, is really just annoying. What surprises me here to see is this Galarian Rapidash, which is a Pokemon that's really strong, but we tend not to see it as often. And Clefable coming out. This honestly surprises me with the double speedster comp.
Yeah, because, you know, not the easiest to keep healed up. I mean, realistically, bingo here, they're going to be trying to keep Qatar and Traffy around, unless they're going for, you know, more tank with it, with the follow me and that kind of approach. But I'm not sure about this comp. You know, Kyoro's going to be very much of a nuisance. It's kind of like a Greedent, isn't it, realistically, on the side of that Galarian Rapidash. Oh my god, Qatar's just put on the Rapid Scarf. That's going to be a Flail Lax.
Oh my god. Alright, yeah, so Flail-Lax with support Pikachu and tank Clefable. And then we've got Talonflame and Galarian Rapidash as well. This is going to be a really interesting approach here for this team. They're just going to, I mean, they're making them think, right? You suggested it before, like that Cafe knew their plans the entire time. I don't think you could have predicted a plan like this.
Absolutely not, and I love it when we end up with games like this. I loved it in the previous set with being Familia, I love it here with Ultimate, and I love the fact that Cafe do Matin have had to make Ultimate think about this kind of thing to come into this game. We've not seen that the entire league, Husky. Ultimate have stuck to their comps, they've dominated on their comps. This is interesting, and Cafe do Matin are really pushing them in this set.
Yeah, for once it's the caster blessing rather than the caster curse, where you actually predict something correctly and it ends up working out for you. But yeah, so seeing them go for something a little bit different, I mean, these are really good players who can do something like this. So it's exciting to see that a team has backed them into a corner to force something like this out.
I'm intrigued to see how this support Pikachu does, because I love Pikachu. I know people have their issues with it, but I think it's very exciting on both sets. I do prefer the damage one, but I think support Pikachu could be really pivotal here for Ultimate.
Yeah, I'm a Mage Pika believer. I don't play much Volt Tackle Electro Ball, but I do imagine that we will see the Volt Tackle Electro Ball build here, just to the sole purpose of trying to shut down this Leafeon and Espeon. Especially because Cafe has a strong early game composition here with 2 Eevees and a Zacian.
I suspect Espeon to go for Stored Power. I think that would be a great decision with a Talonflame and Rapidash on the opposite side. It's just easy damage onto them realistically, and then you've got Psybeam for some great secure. Cafe to Martin though, Cascade has managed to get close to 5 on this top side at least.
Yeah, we just saw Alchemy steal away that piece of experience from both a little Ponyta and a Clefairy, which is difficult to do as an Alchemy. So they are at level 4, which is a great start for them. Leafeon tries to jump on top of this Talonflame here, but Pikachu is there to shut them down. Leafeon will be taken out.
Is it going to be Stored Power? Is it Size Shock? I didn't see. We'll have to keep an eye on that one, but they find the Pikachu anyway. Cascade has hit level 5. I believe that's Metal Claw coming through, and here comes Japer trying to see if they can find the KO. It is Stored Power, and now they're up against this Cascade Zacian. Traffy comes back. Electro Ball is going to be the move of choice, but they do get themselves out of there without giving up a KO.
Though I would respect the Psyshock, I also, what are you Psyshocking? I am glad to see the Stored Power here. Yeah. I don't know how you would hit a Psyshock, but all respect if that is the moveset that they were going to go with. But I do think you're right. The Stored Power into 2 Speedsters is definitely the call. Leafeon now level 6, trying to make something happen in the top path. Not able to. Even a level 3 Clefable on this Leafeon just hasn't been able to do anything yet.
Cafe do Martin are ready for this Regidrago as well, but what can Traffy do about it? Electro Ball is great for trying to steal a secure, but they recognize there's a lot of speedsters there and you don't want to take that fight just yet. Nachos will look to fly, isn't early enough, and they do get the lock-in on the side of Cafe do Martin.
Fly Talonflame is interesting too. I definitely like that over Brave Bird, especially because of the Trevenant on their side. That being said, the Woodhammer does come out. And luckily the Talonflame is able to get away, but that's a lot of damage coming down from Cafe.
Now they have got the points on the side of Ultimate. It's still a donut store here for Cafe de Martin, but they're looking for these levels. The late game is going to be so interesting in this one. A massive block to pull all of that farm onto the side of Ultimate. Brilliant play coming out from Snorlax there.
Yeah, that is why you first picked that Snorlax. is the best defender in the game very, very clearly because of plays like that. You just heavy slam in and then with the block. So, or excuse me, flail. Excuse me. Yeah, this is a flail Snorlax we need to remember. But that block is still just extremely powerful, even when it is playing as a more all-rounder focused build.
Psybeam's going to secure this. I'm calling this right now as Bingo comes on in with a good effort. Is going to be the Razor Leaf coming in that's trying to find the KO. Emerald two-step falls on through, and they do get the Regieleki for their efforts as well. Fly coming in from Nachos doesn't do enough. The Flame Sweep comes through, looking to push back Japer. They get back onto the pad, and they get KO'd before they can even get close to a Citrus Berry.
I mean, you get the Regieleki, but at what cost? It looks like the lives of your team. Great eject button there from the Trevenant to get out of that fly, but that's still a lot of damage coming back the other way, and Nachos is now in the bottom path to defend, and I think that it's really hard to not be scared of this player.
Oh, Regirock goes to Café du Martin as well. They do need to score some points now, though. They are getting to the mid-game with still having 0 on the board. I mean, Ultimate don't have a crazy amount, but you want to make sure that you can give yourself as good a lead as possible. This Fly comes through, doesn't find Showmaker. Look at this from Voxshow. Manages to find 2 of them, and it is going to be a hit onto the Clefable that comes through. Traffy is sprinted. Usain Bolt to the top lane here. A brilliant combo comes out from Rapidash as well, but they don't find the KOs for it, Husky, and Café du Martin dominate the top lane.
Yeah, almost able to take out Zacian there, but look at this healing off of the Altarias here. They are just going to be able to pick up recovers from the Alchemy as they want to. Goal zone broken now for Café du Martin, but still, Ultimate has about a 100-point lead, 99 points instead. So it is still Ultimate's a game in terms of score.
Guitar's just going to pull all the attention of Café du Martin here and actually get away with it as well. Right now, though, a rare moment of silence for the team as there's only a couple of bits of experience for both of them to grab. Bottom basement, Reggie is going to come on up, and looks like Ultimate want to get positioned ready to take the fight.
Yeah, this is going to be a Regieleki, and we've kind of seen Regieleki mostly spawn on the top path today, but the rare bottom Regieleki Snorlax getting caught. An Alchemy Unite move is Pop trying to defend their team against this Talon Flame. 3 members of Ultimate are now down as Café pushes it.
That was a massive grab by Voxshow. The Horn Leech came out at the perfect time to find Nachos as they land. No damage goes on to Trevenant, and in every one of these team fights, Husky, Café du Martin are coming out on top. I'm not sure how Ultimate's going to be able to win them in the final few moments.
This Trevenant is absolutely ridiculous this game. I think it's so strong into Talonflame, especially because Voxshow is timing the Woodhammer so well to come immediately down on top of those flies from the Talonflame. Here is the Galarian Rapidash. They do pop a Unite move, but they are just about caught. They will get out, but they didn't really get much done.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to be happy with that on the side of Café du Martin. Yeah, you don't find the KO, but you've got the Unite move, so if you do have a team fight before Groudon comes in, they're realistically not going to have it, and Registeel is going to be free here, trying to push through. Nachos is ready. Flame Sweep comes through, and it is Rapidash that takes it, and they're going to get the KO onto Zacian as well. Emerald two-step coming back, but Electro Ball from Traffy, and Nachos finds the double. Voxshow being the tree that stops them pushing the T2 pad.
Wow, that was a huge mistake there for Café. They just left the Zacian to rip it by themselves, and then suddenly you have 3 members of Ultimate coming up. At that point, you gotta stop and you gotta back up because you're not gonna secure against a Talonflame with Fly.
And it looks like Rapidash is going to get out. Stored Power comes through. Psybeam's going to find that KO. Clefable's going to accept their fate here. Bingo's like, yeah, you know what? Fair enough. Take me down. I'm going back. I want my Unite move.
Yeah, ult move, charge, timer, reset. The reset of the KO timer for a while. And Ultimate definitely has a lead here, but Café is not out of this yet.
This is going to be a very exciting Groudon fight. This game could literally go either way. They're not going to have the Registeel buff as it comes on through, or rather, you know, it's going to be so close. Are they going to find Japer? They do. Nachos with a great amount of pressure here. They will be back up for the fight, but right now it feels like they've got a good response to the team fights against Café du Martin.
Yeah, that is not a catch that you want right there if you're Café. Plus, you lose the focus band on Trevenant and the eject button, so they're not going to have as much versatility as you would want them to in this endgame fight. Regieleki is also going to go over to Ultimate. That gives them a ton of options here. They can backcap, they can just go for Groudon, and it's going to be up to Cafe to try their best to respond.
It's a very close game, so they do have to think of a way to, do you let the Lecky in? Do you deal with it? Looks like they're leaving Leafeon to do just that, as Alito's going to get away from Nachos. But look at the aggressive positioning of Ultimate right now, waiting for that one grab.
Yeah, and Talonflame now moving down. A big Volt Tackle on top of them. But the big Espeon Unite move also stops them. And it doesn't matter. 2 now down. It's their 2 EVs. Whereas Groudon's getting chipped down by the Zacian. We don't know if it's going to matter. Snorlax just them here trying to deal with it. And it is going to be the Zacian to pick up that secure of the Groudon. But look at the amount of scores going in right now for Ultimate. And they probably will still be able to be back to defend, Tano.
Yeah, they're going to rein in the points on the side of Cafe to Martin, but it's not going to be enough. Snorlax trying to get another Hundo Burger in, but they do get stopped. Clefable managing to score, though. Right now, it seems a little bit too much for Cafe to Martin, but they do still have Groudon buffs. We've got a spawn timer of 20 seconds on the Snorlax. One big push here could be all they need.
We have 3 Groudon buffs, as well as 3 Unite moves, including the Alchemy Unite move. They know that Trevenant is there. Leafeon also does have a Unite move, as well as the Trevenant. And all team members of Ultimate are going to be able to be there. Snorlax is going to respawn soon, and here they go. They're going to go for it here. We've got the Fly coming down. Espeon getting very low from that Fly. The Galarian Rapidash also getting low. Big Flame Sweep comes in from the Talonflame, and they are going to be able to score a little bit of points. 35 go in from the Alchemy. Trevenant not able to get any scores. They will go down, Tano.
Oh my god, Husky. The Ultimate proves themselves to still be the unstoppable force of the European League. Yes, they got pushed to the edge of this fight by Cafe to Martin, but even so, Ultimate still come out on top with some brilliant final 2-minute play.
Yeah, what an end of that set. That was exactly the set that we would expect to see from these two teams, and though it was cool to see a game getting taken off of Ultimate there, they are still ultimately your #1 team for a reason, and they will go to 11-0 on the tournament.
Especially with that kind of comp as well, because that is not a typical Ultimate comp, or a kind of comp that you would expect to see in this kind of set. But I gotta say, I mean, Ultimate will always be impressive. They always find a way to get the win. But Cafe to Martin are showing exactly why they are the #2 team here in this league.
Yeah, and I wasn't sure about that Clefable. We were like, I don't know, this comp is weird, but look at that, 81,000 healing. The Pikachu in the support role also putting up a ton of damage, but it really was Hager Rider on that Talonflame with 83k damage, almost the most in the game, almost 40% of their team's entire damage pool. And with a speedster, you'd expect them to take a little bit more damage as well, but those are like attacker damage taken numbers.
That they are, and I think the tank Clefable was a great shout. They've took the most damage in the entire game, so great effort to them. Also, I hope everybody appreciates you doing the Hog Rider with you being unwell, because that is a great effort from you. Ultimate are going to go up to 11-0 so far on the league. Cafe to Martin 9-2, but still very comfortable in that second position at least.
Yeah, that was quite the set to watch from these two squads. I think that's exactly the way that we expected it to go. They did end up taking a game, Cafe did. I was very impressed to see it, but Ultimate still coming out on top.
I believe we do have an interview that we're getting set up for. We'll wait for production to let us know who that's going to be. It will be from the winner's side, so excited to see a little bit of detail around how Ultimate responded in that game, because that was an interesting comp.
Yeah, it was an interesting comp. I don't know if they have used something like that before, if they had practiced with it before, or what that strategy was, but I think that's kind of exactly what you said. You had to keep them thinking, and I don't think Cafe was prepared for something like that.
No, a good adjustment from the team. I believe it is going to be Trafi. Let me just see if you're here, buddy. Are you on the mic?
Yeah, I'm here. Hello.
There we go. Welcome
Hello.
in, Trafi. Great effort from your team, and just give us a little bit of insight as to what that final game comp was about, mate.
The composition of the game?
Yeah, the composition that you had in that final game. Give us a little bit of info as to how that came about.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. I just follow the game plan. They said me to pick Pikachu because they got Leaf, and we adapt on game. We just adapt the game plan on game.
Yeah, I think the Pikachu definitely ended up being a good call, but you did play 3 different Pokemon in that set. So it was interesting to see the constant adaptation from Ultimate. So my question along those lines is, what was your favorite one to play out of the 3 that you played in this set?
Like all the community will say that I'm UTP Gren, so Gren. Gren is my favorite, yeah.
Did very well on the Greninja. We enjoyed it a lot.
Thank you. We should do it the second, but we do some mistake. Like the first game, we do a lot of mistake on net game. We don't have a good plan, so we lose for free. But it's good. We win.
I mean, to be fair, you bounced back in that second game, buddy. It was ridiculous how you managed to. What was the voice, the VC like in that second game when it came down to that hooper push onto that pad?
That was game 1.
The game 1, sorry, yeah, in that final few moments. What was the VC like there in that call there?
In the last fight, when we lose.
Yeah, with that hooper push.
No,
The
when
hooper
you
push.
won with the hooper
Okay.
push.
He just we said to bait them on bot, and we bait too early if we see the Karsha. What is Karsha? Garchomp. The Garchomp jump too fast, so he die fast, but they get bait, and I don't know. We just trust the call of Qatar, and we go on top.
That was so good. We were all
Yeah, it was. That was very, very cool. And I mean, then the Hoopa ended up getting banned a bunch of times after that. From both sides, didn't want to see the Hoopa. Didn't want an opportunity to deal with that again. I guess my last question for you is going to be: how does your team approach banning now that you have 3 ban slots per team?
I think it's very good. You mean about the free ban? If it's good or not?
Yeah, like since now there's 3 bans per team,
Yeah, yeah.
how do you prioritize what is going to be banned?
I really don't know. I joined the team actually just today. They just counter pick.
Nice.
They just counter pick. I think they just target ban because they play a lot against ban. And I think the 3 ban is very good, but we need a little patch to have 1 ban by 1 ban, and we see what the other team ban.
Show is so good on that, Trevor, buddy. I completely agree with you. But my final question is going to be about exactly that, Traffy. So you joined the team today, right? What's it been like to join such an established team? I mean, Ultimate are undefeated here in the league in regards to sets. What's it feel like to come into such a massive team and put in a good showing like you have now?
It's pretty good. I'm so happy to play with them. They play so good, and it's really easy to play with them on the game. We don't need to speak a lot.
Interesting. I like it. Well, thank you so much, buddy, for coming into this interview with us. A huge congratulations to you and your team still being undefeated here. Brilliant pleasure, and I can't wait to see you guys in the playoffs.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
See you later, buddy. So I think we're going to take a quick break here, chat, while we get the final set ready to go. And I mean, that may have been Ultimate versus Kathy to Matin, but this final set has implications as both teams are tied in regards to their levels, and it's going to be an exciting one. So we will be back very shortly. Grab yourself a drink and a snack. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, trainers. We have had an absolute joy on this league game today, but we've got one more to bring you. The Victory Road versus Banana Peelers. Going to be an exciting one yet again, Husky.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. This is our last one of the day. And though our last set was very exciting, we still have some more Pokemon Unite for you that is going to be just as exciting, because take a look at this. The Victory Road and Banana Peelers, the same record once again.
Whoa, I mean, it doesn't get any better today. Electric here is Banana Peelers, a fan favorite. Classics, Cherry King, Tibby, Indigo, and Cree again. Top 8 in UCSs across the board. We see top 4-5 in UCS here for Cherry King. Cherry King is one of the most impressive up-and-coming players here in the EU region. So this team absolutely stacked.
Yeah, they are definitely stacked here. With the Victory Road is also pretty stacked. Let's take a look at their roster as well.
Sauce Caesar here, Hiyori, Mifil, Greg, and Aslanako is rounding out the team of the Victory Road. You see some BH3 players there, everybody knows them. And as we see, top 4 April Cup, top 3 March Cup for Mifil and Greg there as well. Plenty of Gamer Assembly wins across the board as Aslanako takes that one. And top 9 regionals and top 8 regionals for Sauce Caesar and Hiyori for Victory Road.
Yes, two really good teams with very equal records, and I feel like that's just kind of been the story of today. Teams who are really strong facing off against each other to hope to get their positions locked in as we near the end of the EUL regular season and move on to our playoffs.
This is, again, another one that's incredibly hard to predict. Both of these teams have got very strong players. For me, the most exciting one that I can't wait to watch is Tibby. Tibby has been a joy to watch in this entire league, but also in a couple of other EU tournaments that I've been seeing them in. This is going to be very exciting.
Yeah, we both predicted the Victory Road to come out on top here, but everybody else in production predicted Banana Peelers, so we will see. Not that I wouldn't be happy with a Peelers win. I would love to see it, but we will have to see here. Bans starting to get voted on and coming in.
We just like to be the rebels, don't we, Husky? We had to go for the other team. They needed some support. Victory Road banning out Trevenant, Blissey, and Suicune here, whereas Banana Peelers are going to do the Leafeon, Inteleon, and Hooper.
Yeah, that's interesting, the Inteleon. Who plays Inteleon on Victory Road?
I mean, who doesn't?
Yeah, I guess.
It's one of those where it's such a strong pick for the range attackers, and of course you've got people like Mifil that are going to lock on in. Brat up there, I'm not sure who that is, if that's Where. That's picking up the Eldegoss here, and Kree again is going to lock in the... Oh, it's going to be Charikin taking the Alolan Raichu. That is scary if you're the Victory Road.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, we saw Alolan Raichu banned a couple times. We have not been able to see it picked up. And now seeing Eldegoss come out with the Alolan Raichu, that's really strong. We've got Greg over here picking up the Psyduck, another one that hasn't been seen as often as you might expect, but it is being seen here. And Darkrai as well being picked up.
Darkrai on the field. That is, honestly, I think one of the most underrated species at the moment. It's still very good at finding that damage. Tibby locking in the Sword Doggo Zacian on the field. I love Tibby's all-rounders. I can't wait to see where this goes. And Mamoswine, we haven't seen much of that today, Husky, but in previous weeks, it's been in nearly every single game.
Yeah, Mamo is definitely a good pick. It just tends to be one that takes a little bit to get online, but you ideally wouldn't want... you're not really worried about Mamo's levels because it still is just as strong early. Victory Road now locking in a second speedster, so going for a double speedster composition with that Blaziken. So no range here. This is a good opportunity to bring out the double mage comp. You might get dove a lot, but if you do have a solar beam on your side, I could see where this could be good.
Ooh, it's going to be the Delphox. We're seeing this so much recently. The flame charge Delphox is coming out. It's very difficult to catch, especially as you hit that late game. There's literally no cooldown on it, and Cherry King is very comfortable there. And also, we talk about the fact that you can no longer, like, it's not unstoppable scoring. So Unite moves like Fanciful Fireworks are even more important in that late game, Husky.
Yeah, and Delphox is, my first ever gold ribbon. I love this Pokemon so much because of Pokemon Unite. And so seeing it come back a little bit is always really exciting to me. And having a Unite move that gets online every single team fight is fantastic. The only problem is you have to funnel so much experience into it early, which could be difficult going up against two speedsters.
I like that. I'm the same, where some Pokemon I've only started enjoying because of Pokemon Unite. Before Pokemon Unite, I was an avid Glaceon hater. Did not enjoy the design of Glaceon until they came into Pokemon Unite, and I was like, you know what? I actually quite like the look of this evolution, and played it quite a bit. So hey, Pokemon Unite changing minds on a daily basis, Husky.
Yeah, I mean, I played Gen 9, and I was not as much of a fan of, like, playing the Gen 9 games as I was playing, like, Legends Arceus and stuff. I just found it more fun. But I still picked Sprigatito, and I was like, oh, I do like this Pokemon. And then it came to Unite, and now I'm all the way, like, Meowscarada, my favorite Pokemon. Same with the Delphox. They're so special to me because of this game. But here we go, our last set of the day, game number 1.
Yeah, and no surprises with what's going on in the central area. The Alolan Raichu is going to take it for Banana Peelers. I would have hoped to see the Delphox in the central area, because when it lanes, we have seen a lot of teams have difficulty with it. The Cherry King is so strong, but down here, oh, it's a Darkrai Snorlax lane. That's not going to be very easy for them to handle on the side of the Banana Peelers.
I'm not as surprised to see the Fennekin down here. They could give it the central area after the Alolan Raichu gets to 5, just to make sure that it gets those levels, but Alolan Raichu's jungle gank is way, way better than Fennekin's, and you want to make sure that you don't let this double speedster comp get online too early. Wasted eject button there for that Swinub, and here comes Dodrio. They can punish this very quickly.
Oh, do have to get citrus berries. Kree again gets back onto the pad, manages to get some freeze through, but it doesn't quite connect as the scores go in. And Victory Road with a great early game so far.
Yeah, at least in the bottom path, they will pick up a KO. In the top path, it does look like Alolan Raichu has been able to push forward a little bit, but no KOs that way. So Victory Road, off to a pretty good start.
Managing to get some points in now is Banana Peelers. Look at the way Tibby is being ping-ponged around this crowd control. They'd still find the KO, but they will go down for their efforts. Combusken now on the field, and a good sprint coming out from Snorlax to be able to defend that pad.
Yeah, Electro Ball, Alolan Raichu is just so annoying. When they place them just, like, perfectly and you cannot avoid the damage, even if you tried, it is so frustrating. But Dodrio doesn't want to let this Alolan Raichu get online anymore, so they're going to get some vision in that central area. And as we did talk about, it looks like the Braixen is now trying to get some experience in the central area as well. Look at Dodrio, man. They're just being so annoying walking around the map.
It's a frustrating Pokemon to play against. Before I was a speedster main, I was an attacker main, and I hated Dodrio so much. Regidrago is going to be taken here by Banana Peelers, so they are getting the experience they're so desperate for, but they need Delphox online quickly for that move set. Kree again dives on in here. The Ice Fang doesn't connect. The sleep comes through, though, as they manage to use this Darkrai to drop a huge amount of damage. Eldegoss just gets out. Pollen Puff is going to connect to dive in from the Snorlax, but goes too far as they do get KO. Darkrai finds one, but gets sent back for their efforts.
The Delphox now level 7, just like that, with a 2 KO streak. They have gotten their moves. Do we have the Flame Charge Mystical Fire? Or do we see Fire Spin come out for a little bit more crowd control? I would imagine we see the Flame Charge here, but Fire Spin is just always going to be good. It is the Flame Charge.
Yeah, that means Cherry King's going to be so impressive in the late game. We see it all the time. They're so hard to catch. Regieleki here. Heavy Slam coming through, but it is Cherry that takes it. And now a good nap coming out from Snorlax, but Dodrio's too busy cooking in the back lane. Thunderstorm Aerial's going to come down to stop the oppression from Dodrio, but Banana Peelers now want to go for the approach on the side of Victory Road. I'm not sure with that HP pull, that's a decision. Cherry King looking to dive on through onto Brahi and take that KO. Doesn't find it just yet. Block goes up, and the shielding might be a bit too much here as Kree again gets pretty weak. The Lecky goes in. They want to score these points, Husky.
Yeah, Regieleki did walk in, but I don't think Banana Peelers wants to go in any further than that. Blaziken does take out the Piloswine here, and everybody has been in this bottom path for quite some time, so teams might start to try moving up.
Oh, Tibby's trying to see if they can find the KO onto Hiyori. The Sovereign Sword came out there as well, but they get KO'd as Blaziken finds it. And now they're going to get all this experience in the central area, although Cherry King does have something to say about it. Are they going to go for the KO on the side of Caesar here as they get away from that pad? Right now, very close between them, Husky.
Yeah, Delphox really needs this 9 if Banana Peelers is going to start winning some team fights, because we do have a level 11 on that Blaziken and now level 10 on both the Darkrai and the Dodrio. So it could be difficult to win any significant team fights. Dodrio trying to pick up a KO here, not quite able to do it, but they are not giving up just yet.
Ooh, we got the all-rounder battle off. They throw him into the wall and find the KO. A brilliant effort from Caesar as they're sending back Tibby. And now they can put a good approach onto this T1 pad if that's the route they want to go for. Kree again is here though, and they're wary. That Piloswine with those fangs ready to catch anyone.
Yeah, and unfortunately for the Piloswine, the Eldegoss just gave up where they were hiding. So they knew exactly where they were. That was a little bit of a grief play, if I'm being honest. And they will go down, not even level 9 just yet. Tibby now trying to fight this Dodrio. They will use the Unite move to get away, and are they even trying to go away? They're just going back and forth.
The Dodrio play is so impressive from these players. Like it's hard to catch anyway, and then you think it's going away, comes back, drops some damage onto you. There's the fanciful fireworks from Cherry King as Banana Peelers make a push onto this pad. The power nap in the center of it coming out from Snorlax completely disrupts the push they were looking for. Thunderstorm Aerial doesn't connect on the KOs just yet. They find the Darkrai, double KO from Tibby, but now they're trying to make the approach onto Hiyori and they get out of the area. Blaziken in the Ice Fangs. Caesar does go down. Triple KO coming through from Tibby, and it seems like the Victory Road were just broken up after such a brilliant approach onto that defense.
Yeah, Tibby with a huge triple KO streak. Now they're at level 12, matching the Blaziken. Definitely huge to get some of those higher level KOs. They can now really start to turn things around, but not if the Darkrai has anything to say about it. They pick up the Mamoswine once again. Sovereign Sword, though, comes out, deletes 2.
Oh, I told you, Husky, this is why I love seeing TV play. They do manage to find that double, and the matchup between them and Caesar has been so interesting in this top lane, and the supports to back them up as well. Like, I could just watch 10 minutes of this as they dive on back in. They do manage to find the Alolan Raichu, comes in for the KO, and that's a double for Banana Peelers as they continue with this aggression. Triple Trample's going to find them in return, though. We're sent packing. Tibby has to run here, goes back in with the Metal Claw, and that's just free experience for Hiyori.
The back and forth in this game right now, unreal. Dodrio going to break this goal zone. Victory Road has a bit of a score lead, but this has just been brawling back and forth throughout this entire game over and over again. Mamoswine will take the Regidrago, but look how much CC going down on that Pokemon. They had no chance.
Oh my god, I would hate to be a center in this game. It's just ping-ponged left, right, and center as they look to approach this Regieleki here as well. Victory Road want to get both objectives, with Dodrio being in the top lane. Banana Peelers, they're just going to ignore it here, Husky, and get all that experience on their side.
Yeah, and Regieleki now going to be moving toward the tier 2 goal zone. While Mamoswine keeps vision on this Dodrio in the top path. They don't want them to take this Regice here. So I guess we've had the reverse, the triple, because we've had one of each of the Regis appear in this game. But I don't know if Regice will be taken. It looks like Victory Road is in position to. Blaziken could easily take that while Banana Peelers deals with Regieleki the top path. Wow, this poor Mamoswine, dude. He is just getting obliterated over and over again.
I'm pretty sure it can qualify as cyberbullying, but poor Kree again having to get out of there again with the damage they're dropping, and that is a huge HP pool on that Pokemon as well, so it just shows how much the Victory Road are managing to put onto Banana Peelers. They're quite submissive here. They're on their side, not wanting to really get aggressive just yet. Tibi's getting prepared for the flank. Cherry King has to be wary. Doesn't want to be caught out by that block. Manages to get away from it, but Kriegen's in the center of it. They find Snorlax for their efforts, and that is huge. Mammoth Mash is going to come on out now. If they can find the Dodrio, Triple Trample comes through. Thunderstorm Aerial doesn't connect on anyone, and Cherry King gets so weak here as Cesar tries to dive on in for the KOs. They get taken down before they can find it, Husky, but again, it's Dodrio that proves to be the issue. Sovereign Sword doesn't connect, and Victory Road wipe Banana Peelers.
Yeah, what can you do against a Dodrio? They had them at such low HP. Delphox didn't even get a chance to use their Unite move because Dodrio just came in and they were on way too low of HP to really do anything. Victory Road does not need the Groudon here, but that means they are giving a chance for Banana Peelers to come back. Darkrai trying to catch them out, but unfortunately they're the ones being caught out. The Delphox, I believe, is the one caught in the Darkrai Unite. Oh no, it's the Eldegoss that's caught in the Darkrai's Unite move. So they will appear and then immediately go down to the Delphox Unite move.
I'm not even sure that's the pick you wanted at that moment. I feel like the Delphox or Tibi would have been better, but now the rip on Groudon is going to come on through. Can they get it? There goes the power nap from the Snorlax, trying to see if they can get the secure here, and Banana Peelers do manage to do so. The Alolan Raichu, and now with those buffs, we might have a game on our hands. Look at the sprint from Snorlax and Psyduck. Can they defend it? Because these Hundo Burgers are going to rain true. It's such a close game with 15 seconds left, Husky.
Do you have enough time? The Eldegoss will defend the base goals, but they won't be able to defend against the Psyduck. 78 more points going in. 100 points going in for the Psyduck. At 7 to 14 more. Not able to get in time. 1 second left, and this is close. I don't know who had it.
I think the Hundo Dunk is going to be enough for them to be able to keep the victory here. Let's see whether the Victory Road comes out on top, and yes, they do. What a play. 401 to 360. The Psyduck made it just in time to be able to pull game number 1 out. What a hero play from them. That was so close in the end. Banana Peeler is able to pull out the Groudon, but not the win. Wow, what a game that ended up being. You can tell that these two are so close, literally matching on the records, because that was fantastic. And the crowd control from Victory Road was absolutely insane during that game, Husky.
Yeah, that was definitely ridiculous, and Banana Peelers really did pull out a great game, and they had the exact right choice just to go for the Groudon, and they were able to get the secure. Even out securing a Blaziken is definitely not what you'd expect to see, but they were able to get it done. Yeah, just great all-around playing from both of these teams, but the Victory Road going to come out on top for game number 1.
Again, another buzzer beater here in Pokemon Unite. Greg being the savior of Victory Road. Because I tell you what, I don't know what, another 5-10 seconds, I think Banana Peelers would have been able to score enough to make that distance.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there. They had some more points on a couple members. I believe Mamoswine had some more points, but they were just trying to get in anything they possibly could. And at that point in the game, you don't know who's ahead or behind. And I don't know if it would have made that much of a difference, but you know, they played it exactly correctly in the end there. I think if Victory Road cleans up, or if Banana Peelers cleans up their early game a little bit more, they definitely have a great shot. But this Dodrio was just extremely impressive, and honestly, the Mamo didn't look fantastic.
Yeah, they definitely struggled, and I think it's crazy to see the Mamoswine struggling because of the amount of crowd control that the other team has. It's such an ironic situation for Kriegan to be in, but it's all about that Dodrio. Hiyori was so impressive, and especially in that Groudon fight, like the flanks they were able to get through. They were nearly caught out until the triple trample was used, and it was just a clean up from there on.
Yeah, I mean, the Mamo, it's a strong Pokemon, but I felt like it just kept getting shredded over and over again. And I'm sorry, I have like a whole bag of throat drops.
Ooh, they look
I've
tasty.
just been trying to... They're honestly really good.
Oh, wow.
They're not like the minty kind. They taste more like candy, but I'm so like, obviously you can hear me like coughing. I really don't have a choice. So I've just been popping these throat drops the entire time just to try to keep my voice a little bit active. But
we
yeah.
appreciate you being
Pokemon
here,
Unite.
Husky, despite the unwellness. I gotta say though, I'm with you. We have some called soothers over here in the UK, and they're like they're actually blackcurrant rather than cherry. Although I think you can get cherry ones. They're so much better than like any mint ones. They're so soothing on the throat.
Yeah, I'm not a mint guy myself. I don't really
Agreed.
like mint. It's just like I get it, and I get why like some people like it, but
It just reminds me of
it's not a
toothpaste
flavor.
though. Like
Yeah, it's like
don't
why would
wanna
I
eat my
choose
toothpaste,
to eat toothpaste in my free time? Like I don't know why, but anyway. Oh, you guys should take a look at my nails I got done today. It's a little
cute.
cat.
I love it.
You can't really see it like super well, but it's a little cat. I'm sick of waiting for it to be acceptable to start celebrating Halloween, so I've just decided to start.
Hey, bro, I agree with you. I'm the one. I love Christmas. I'll have my Christmas tree up in November, so I'm with you.
Oh yeah. No, November 1st is when Christmas starts.
Facts.
Halloween is September 1st to October 31st, and then Christmas is November 1st, December 26th.
That is a certified fact, chat. We know it for sure. So we're going to go on into the second game here. Looking at the band, Suicune, Trevenant, Blissey for the Victory Road, Leafeon, Inteleon Still, and Hooper for Banana Peelers.
It is interesting to see this Inteleon getting banned because we haven't seen it played at all, nor have we seen it banned. It's definitely not as impressive as it once was, but if you get a really, really good player on it, it just shows that it's still ban-worthy. Ooh, not the Snorlax, what's it called? Crustle being pulled out here for game number 2.
We're so used to seeing the Snorlax that every defender is Snorlax now. They did change their build on the Crustle as well. They're going to put the guard onto it. I did see the coin on it. Oh, Cherry King's going to pick up the Venusaur here with Tibby back on the Zacian for Banana Peelers.
Yeah, I guess everything is Snorlax. It's like, oh, the Snorlax is the defender for the Victory Road, and then Banana Peelers is Snorlax is Crustle this time. But the other side, Victory Road's running it back here with the double speedster, but instead of Blaziken, they're going to lock in the Buzzwole.
This is so interesting from the Victory Road. They're so confident in how that went that they want to run it back with the exact same comp. Laura is going to pull out the Absol. Finally, we get to see the disaster Pokemon on the field. And I think the adjustments that we see here. So I've got the other comp up here as well. So they're going away from that double range. Oh my god. I thought Chariking's going Petal Dance. Look at that build. Chariking's going Petal. Oh, they've taken the scarf off.
They're so changing it off. They changed it. They don't have full heal on anymore. It looks like a beam.
I was so hopeful. But yeah, I think...
Play Petal Dance, you cowards.
Do it, Chari. We believe in you. I think because they do want the range attack, but they went for double in the previous game, and now they've just got the one. But Absol is pretty good against other speedsters.
Yeah, I think Absol is a good call here. You gotta have like some kind of burst dive to go up against the double speedster, and it's difficult to go up against Dodrio at all. So I do think that Crustle is a really good pick. We saw it earlier play really well against Dodrio because it was just able to slow it so much that it just shut it down.
I wonder if Laura's going to go for the Sucker Punch. Usually, everybody goes for the Psycho Cut because it's great with both movesets, but having a Dodrio and a Darkrai on the field, Sucker Punch might actually be a good shout, especially for trying to stop that Dodrio.
Yeah, I think it could be, but we will see here if they're going to be going more for damage or utility as we moved into game number 2.
Here we go. It could possibly be the last game of the day, or will we get a game 3? We are about to find out in about 9 minutes 40 seconds as we have an approach onto the top lane from both these speedsters with their supports. All-rounders, sorry.
Yeah, the supports are leading the charge up to that top path. Darkrai coming back in for game number 2. And they do get a little bit of damage on this Bulbasaur. That is where Bulbasaur is tough, for sure. If you're playing against a lane with a lot of CC, and Darkrai can kind of just do that.
I think Mifil's going to be very interesting in this game. It is Absol going to come down into the bottom path here. Let's see what Laura wants to go for, as the approach from the Victory Road is going to be sending Dodrio down here as well. Pursuit comes out, and they send them right back to Nurse Joy.
Yeah, that is a That is a tough one right there. The huge crit on that Darkrai absolutely obliterated them. And Dodrio does show face here, but they are going to decide to head to that central area and look for the Natus. Crustle will get online here, and Absol and Dodrio both going to make the rotation to the top path.
Laura getting the boosted ready to go as they go on in. They're not going to find the damage though because Buzzwole has managed to send Tibby packing, having that level 5 before the Zacian.
Yeah, level 6 Buzzwole in the top path. Not great here. Psyduck comes in, steals away the red buff. That is absolutely devastating. Now that Buzzwole is at level 6 versus Zacian, who's only level 4, that is a rough start here for Banana Peelers. Luckily, Absol is able to get away from the Dodrio, but unfortunately, the Peelers just have to basically concede their own central area.
That's not what you want. I mean, they need some more levels on the side of their damage Pokemon, especially on the side of Chari. But the thing is, Iori is so difficult. They do find the KO back onto them, and Laura finds the Darkrai as well. Now they've just got to take the Snorlax, get some points in. They're just going to let them do it here as Banana Peelers do find a way to get back in the game.
Yeah, Banana Peelers, the first team to get some points in here, and they're going to go look for Regidrago, but here comes Dodrio. Will they be able to get there in time? They will, but it does not to get the secure. That is going to go over to Absol, who I just realized is not wearing any clothes. It is naked.
Oh, we got a Nike Absol. Oh, come on. Absol has some of the most beautiful, like, blue holoware in the game. Like, come on. We've seen beach holoware for it, and it looks so cool. But nah, they're just going to rock the Nike. But we've got 720s coming on through here. Cesar's looking for it. Tibby pushing on through. They do manage to find quite a few. And notice it's Sacred Sword right now. But oh my god, Eldegoss completely dismantled.
What a pull there from the Psyduck. I think a lot of teams have moved away from Psyduck because of the Psychic nerf, especially to its area effect. But if you do hit it, it's still really, really powerful. And Dodrio, once again, just able to roll through the enemy central area. Eldegoss picking up a KO on that Psyduck, but Dodrio still easily going to get out.
I don't think Laura's managed to find a single rotation of that central area since the game started. It's been completely controlled by the Victory Road so far. Regieleki with a rip from Banana Peelers as well. They do have Kree to try and stop the approach, and they're going to take it with the beam.
Yeah, the beam is definitely going to be a huge game changer here. It's the best secure that we currently see in this game, and they are going to throw Verdant Anger, but it's not going to do a ton. A lot of level 9s on the board right now, so a lot of Unite moves are available for the Victory Road, and I don't think Banana Peelers wants to go too far in to try to push.
This might be where we finally see some points, but we do see Tibby coming down on the Zacian. They finally do manage to get some in. Are they going to find the KOs, though, for the effort as Cesar tries to handle Tibby, and it's going to be the Crustle that blocks the damage. Full Slam was used, but they go into the X-Scissor, and they are sent back to the Pokemon Center along with Darkrai.
I mean, Absol does get taken down there, but still definitely a win for Banana Peelers. They hold on to a little bit of the score lead, and they keep their goal zone upright. They can now move up into this top path, where I don't know which Reggie it is that has spawned. It stops right before we can see it, but it is up there. It is Regirock.
Oh, okay, so looking for that defensive buff here as they go for the rip. Tibby is just so hard to defend against the rip that is this Zacian. They managed to find that one, and Victory Road straight back onto their pad, ready for Banana Peelers to make that push. Trying to see if they can break through the walls here as Brat tries to get the block through, but they're not even getting close to being able to deal with Chari King. And when you have that ranged attacker, here comes Darkrai for it. There's the Verdant Anger, but it's all in the face of Banana Peelers as they clean up Victory Road.
Fantastic Eldegoss Unite move as well. Able to keep the rest of the team healthy so that nobody goes down. Snorlax trying to defend. Here comes Buzzwole. They do get a slam out. The goal zone has not been taken. Dodrio, though, does go down here to Zacian. Absol comes in with another Unite move. It is now just Psyduck, and it looks like Victory Road's finally going to have to concede this top goal zone.
All right, Banana Peelers meaning business here in this mid-game. They take the point lead. They've got the level lead in the current as well. Are they going to go for the Regieleki here as Laura manages to get out of the arms of this Snorlax, but Darkrai wants to continue going hunting here, Husky. They run into the Sword of Zacian, get very weak, does have some healing coming out from that Snorlax, and they do find the Zacian in return here. Mythos completely unbreakable on this Darkrai right now.
Yeah, wow, look how much damage is coming down with the CC. Luckily, Absol does show up in time to be able to take them down before the Crustle goes down. Here comes another beam, does miss the Dodrio. Absol trying to get some damage onto a triple KO streak for them. I thought for a second Dodrio might have had it because somehow the pursuit was not critting.
Yeah, I mean, just being able to not put your back to the Absol is worked a treat for them there. And I was with you, but they do find it, and Greg is going to get away. Banana Peelers been great from the sort of mid game here. They've got the levels, they've got the points. It's hard to see how Victory Road are going to come back with a team fight, but Cesar's putting up a heck of an effort here as Tibby manages to get back to the pad with a sliver of HP.
Yeah, they want to bring this to a game number 3, and right now it's looking pretty good for them. That being said, Dodrio just ticked into level 13, going up against the level 13 on that Solar Beam Venu, as well as the Absol. Regice is taken by Banana Peelers in the top path. Meanwhile, the 2 speedsters of Victory Road are down in the bottom path looking for an opportunity to get some picks.
Looking to see if they can continue to take the central area from Banana Peelers as well, but they have more people here for it. As we dive through, all of the Absol put to sleep, and the damage from Darkrai is ridiculous, but they run back into Tibby, and they're going to find the KO. Snorlax trying to block them through here. Yori still proving themselves to be incredibly difficult to catch as they rain down more damage. I'm not sure Tibby should push this, to be honest. They're just baited into a trap as they try to get on out of here. The Rock Tomb saves them, Husky.
What a rock tomb there. I thought Tibby might have extended a little bit too far, but they did not. They were able to get out. One unfortunate thing there for Victory Road is that Snorlax did lose their focus band in that fight. Snorlax is pretty tanky regardless, but not having that focus band could be a key here for Banana Peelers to capitalize on. We do have 10 ults on the field ready to go. A lot of Unite moves available for both sides, and Absol looking to start this engagement off early.
Ooh, nearly got a good catch there as Kree again gets pulled out of the bush into the arms of Victory Road, and they obliterate them. The response from Buzzwole was instant there, and now they make an approach onto the Groudon just to try and pull Banana Peelers into the central area.
Yeah, now Banana Peelers has to stall because they do have a little bit of a lead, but albeit not much. Dodrio might be reducing it right now, and actually they will just go ahead and take the score lead away while the Crustle was down. Still, 10 Unite moves on the field. Nobody has used it quite yet. Snorlax is going to have to go for a reset, so now it's the Victory Road that's going to have to stall. Poking has started onto the Groudon. The Peelers might just go for it here, baiting them in. Buzzwole is a little bit caught here. But no, they are going to pull back. Buzzwole tries to go in, gets caught.
Oh, the beam was absolutely on point. Here comes the Colin Cloud Crash as well. Snorlax with the power nap is going to cause some disruption, but they've not done enough as Absol connects. It's a Quadra coming out from the Venusaur, and oh baby, Banana Peelers are going to rip the Groudon. There's the Sovereign Sword. They only have to score one amount of points into a goal, but 50 seconds left. Can Victory Road defend?
It was over the second that they were able to catch that Buzzwole. And with just the Psyduck here, they are not going to be able to stop these points from going in. 263, 363 now to 192. And with 40 seconds left, the Victory Road is going to have to pull out a miracle. And it doesn't look like they're going to be able to. Buzzwole gets the Unite move off, but they will go down immediately. Those attack buffs on the Groudon buffs are nothing to scoff at here. This might be where we're seeing a Game 3 situation.
Oh, would we want it any other way? The final set of the day. These two teams are tied in the league with points as well as game wins, and now we're going to see a Game 3 between them both. A brilliant effort to rebound by Banana Peelers in that fight.
This is exactly what you'd want to see out of this situation. With the tied number of sets, how much better could this possibly get? The Banana Peelers dominant the entire game and able to pull out that game win. We are going to see the final score here of 619 to 192. Very dominant performance here from the Banana Peelers. And look at this, Absol's numbers. They really did have control over this game.
I feel like Kree again was so important in that game. Look at the 18 assists that they've got, but those Rock Tombs, Husky, especially, I mean, saving Tibby for one, because they were 100% overextending in that moment, and Victory Road, you could see them, you know, that meme where you sat behind the tree and you're shaking your hands like, come to me. That's what they were doing, but thankfully Kree stops them. They do manage to get a reset there at that fight.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking earlier about how the Crustle seems to be a really good counter to a team that likes to play Dodrio just because of those Rock Tomb capabilities. And Dodrio just absolutely rolled over Banana Peelers in the first game, but it just goes to show how important it is to be knowing your counter picks and pulling them out like Kree did to be able to counter this Dodrio.
I do still think, though, that Dodrio is a concern. I think they are so good on it, is Hiyori, and it is definitely a concern. They managed to limit it a bit in that game. I don't know where this goes, to be honest with you, Husky. It's so close between these two. And Victory Road, they ran it back, but I can't see them doing that in this next one.
Yeah, I don't know. Dodrio is still a really solid pick regardless. I do think that the Crustle makes it a lot more difficult to do super well. But they still got a couple KOs. They were able to put up some good damage. But look at the damage on this Venusaur, Chari King, putting up the 6 digits on that Pokemon. Really, really strong.
The king themselves. Oh, this is the European League, chat. What more would you want? It's the final set of the day. It means everything for these teams. They're both completely tied in the league, and we're going to go to a game 3. And again, we are technically completely tied because they've both got a game win here. So it's on par for both of them.
Yeah, we started out 0-0. We've each got a game, so now we're back to being completely tied between these two teams. And now we know it could seriously go either way.
I mean, looking at how the game's gone, our prediction were Victory Road. Everybody else in prediction has gone for Banana Peelers. Are we sticking strong with our prediction here, Husky, do you think?
Yeah, I think so. I think the Victory Road can come back here and take this game. I think that they need to be a little bit more ready for what Banana Peelers could bring out, but I do think they can do it. But that being said, Banana Peelers has proven to be a really, really strong contender.
That they have. Here we go. This is game 3. Let's see what the bans are going to be. Will they stick with the same? It looks like Banana Peelers have already locked in that decision.
Yeah, absolutely. They do not want to deal with that Absol again, and that might be a smart call for them. They're going to also ban that Suicune out, so we are going to see the Inteleon still being banned, Hoopa and Leafeon on the other side, but this time Absol is being banned out. They don't want Laura to have that opportunity again. That's kind of smart. I feel like you just go for the target ban there. You take your Snorlax. Which Snorlax is Banana Peelers going to take?
Looks like it's going to be the Trevenant. It was open because they banned out the Absol. Snorlax Evenant is coming onto the field here with an EXP share by the looks of it. Although I'm waiting for Kree again to lock it in. I'm not going to get cursed here. There we go. It's Trevenant, and it's going to be the Eldegoss again for Banana Peelers.
Yeah, so the Banana Peelers' Snorlax is going to be Trevenant, and then that Eldegoss coming in for the 3rd time. Will we see the Darkrai come back? It looks like instead Mifil has locked in the Mew. And what the Seeds are going to go with here? It looks like they're going to switch off. They're going to take the Psyduck once again.
I think the Psyduck was doing really good for Victory. I mean, we saw it pull Kree again out of that bottom bush, and they just got absolutely annihilated. And, Chari King's locked in the Venusaur again. I'm not sure that's a smart decision by Victory Road.
Yeah, we've got the Beam versus Beam. I feel like if they wanted to take that Zacian away from Tibby, they should have done it a little bit earlier. And the Venusaur looked so strong. I'm surprised that they wouldn't just take that instead of the Mew. But, they know what they're doing, and they are going to be locking in Zoroark. So they don't want to go with the Dodrio again. This time, they're pulling out the Dark Fox.
Zoroark stocks going up in this tournament today, and we're going to take the Blaziken for Victory Road as well. Will we see Charizard? Finally, yes we do. Laura's going to lock that in, and that's an interesting choice because what we have seen in response to Charizard is people playing obviously the Slowbro or the Serena or the Mimikyu, but also this Psyduck here because obviously it reduces the damage of everyone that it hits in that Unite move, and it's very important for doing exactly that against Charizard.
Yeah, Char is a Pokemon that we talked about a little bit earlier before the games of today really began. And this Pokemon is still strong, but its nerfs have definitely put it backwards just a little bit, but it is still very strong. And I I don't know, will we see it in the central area and Venusaur go into path, or are we going to see the Venusaur in the central area so that the Charizard can get some stacks in?
I would like to see Chari in the central area here. I think that the Charizard is good in lane because not only can you get some stacks in, but it's also good for stopping stacks, to be honest, Husky. So that's what I would hope for them to take the approach on. But I can understand if they do want to put it in the central area because it's Charizard. Like, yes, it's been nerfed. It's now down to like normal levels. But that Unite move is still ridiculously broken. So you want it as soon as you possibly can, really.
Yeah, that Unite move is so annoying. Especially if you're an attacker or a speedster, something a little bit squishy, it just rips you out of everything that you were trying to do. So I imagine it will go for this Zoroark every single time to try to prevent those Fate attacks from coming on. But here we go. No matter what, this is our last game of the day. The Victory Road has one game. Banana Peelers has a second game. And we will see who's going to take this set.
Is going to take the central area on the side of the Charizard. Down in the bottom lane is Chari King on the Bulbasaur yet again, going up against a very difficult lane, but they do manage to secure that. As Krigan's got the 7 at the moment as well. Brat's going to get back, but Banana Peeler's doing what needs to be done.
Zoroark looking to get that level 5. It's really crucial that they come up with that level 5 gank. Tibby has to eject button away, and they do pull the eject button out of the Torchic, and do in fact get away, but they still had to use their resources. Look at that Natu. Where's he going?
Natu, how do you do? He's coming back to get KO'd here as Greg finds it, but Chameleon, so they've come out of that central area. They can put some oppression on here because guess what? Hiyori's in the bottom lane. Oh, this is so tough for Banana Peelers.
Yeah, I mean, what can you really do here? You've got a Phantump, but it's not a Trevenant yet, and it's 3v2, and it doesn't really look like Hiyori wants to give them any space. Luckily, the Ivysaur is able to get one last hit there, enough to bring them up to level 5, and this might be one of the first times I have ever seen a Zoroark Central Area gank not result in wiping the team in that path.
Yeah, such a interesting approach as they managed to just sit on that pad. They're going to grab the Natus here. We're about 30 seconds before Regidrago comes in. Still 0 points across the teams here as we're trying to steal the central area on the side of Banana Peelers.
Yeah, I mean, why wouldn't you, right? You know that the Charizard needs a ton of experience, and Zoroark is a Pokemon that can do really well on an invasion, so they are going to do just that. Misses the feint attack, unfortunately has to use the illusion. Here comes the backup. They might be able to get them here, and they will. Big pickup there from Tibby.
That's the last thing Victory Road needs, realistically. That's the highest level Pokemon with that Mew, and they're going to give over that experience. Now Trevenant finally on the field, going for the curse here. I wonder if they're going to go for the pain split as well. Chari King gets pretty weak. They're going to go down anyway, but the Regidrago is taken by Banana Peelers.
The Surf for the Mew as well, making sure that that gets done. We've got double Surf with the Psyduck as well, and it also has a Beam to counter that Venusaur. Just the versatility of Mew is always something that's very impressive. Here comes the Blaziken going for a KO here on this Charizard, which they do. It was only level 7, so not too difficult to take care of that guy, and Victory Road will be putting some more points in the top.
720 spawn on in. Victory Road uncontested in that top lane. Blaziken is going to get all that food for free, whilst Tibby comes down to the bottom lane. Banana Peelers looking to see if they can handle Zoroark here. The beam right on time into the path of Hiyori, and they get taken down with the Regirock spawn in here in the bottom lane.
I mean, the Zoroark has still made it to level 8, but they definitely have not had the dominant performance that you usually see from a Zoroark. Trevenant, interestingly enough, is going the Curse build, so a little bit less CC with a little bit more damage and area effect suppression here from this Pokemon. Venusaur is now going to go up to defend this Regieleki, pushing into the Tier 2 goal zone, and I think that's something that is different about this map is the pushing from into the goal zones is definitely pretty substantial.
There's a seismic slam, finds the KO onto the Blaziken, now burns onto the Snorlax, but that is a massive HP pull. Focus Band has been popped though, and now Banana Peelers want to get really aggressive with it as Hiyori's going to go back into the central area of Victory Road, trying to go for the flank here.
Now that Char's level 9, they can just hope to funnel last hits into that Pokemon to make sure that it always has its Unite move up, and that it can just be super dominant. There comes the... Is it Fire Punch or Flare Blitz? Is Flare Blitz, that's the one that goes...
On the floor.
Dashes. Yeah, I don't know what Charizard's moves. I very much avoid playing Charizard, if I'm honest.
Flare Blitz 100%. I think people usually go for the Flamethrower Flare Blitz, I think. I have to quote us on that one, chat. But here we go. We're going to put a push onto this farm from Banana Peel as the boosted goes onto where, protecting the Trevenant.
Yeah, that was definitely smart. Always good to, you know, if you're the support, just jump in front of those damage. The Mew boosted attacks just do so much less if they're blocked. So great move there from the Eldegoss to make sure that that was being covered. 20 seconds left until the bottom objective spawns, which is going to be one of the 3 other Reggies, because we know that Regieleki is going to spawn on that top path, and it looks like that's where Banana Peelers is going to set up.
Beams continuing to come through. Such a close game with that score as we hit the mid. Tibby back onto their pad. Victory Road making a good push up here as we see the dive in from Hiyori. Does manage to get the boosted off. Tibby's not concerned though. Cotton Cloud Crash is going to keep them around. A huge Mystic comes on out. Tibby gets KO'd by the Electro Ball Husky.
Yeah, what a great Electro Ball just to finish them out here. And now Victory Road will be able to push onto this Tier 2 goal zone. Banana Peelers was handling the bottom objective, but they weren't even able to get the secure. This is devastating for Banana Peelers. They're not really able to push forward either. Snorlax is there. Charizard trying to go for some points, not able to get them in just yet. They did lose Blaziken, but they are on their way back down.
It's Fire Punch there, Blitz. You're absolutely right from that Charizard trying to go for the headbutt build there. Good approach with the Unite move as well, but not quite found the KOs from it as level 12 on the side of that Zoroark now. Banana Peelers ripping the Regidrago. Looks like they're going to get the secure here. A massive block off by Trevenant to stop Caesar being able to get in with that Blaziken.
Yeah, amazing Horn Leech there. You know that the Overheat or even a Focus Blast might just take that Regidrago. You want to make sure that if you're behind, your team is getting that extra experience. Now Banana Peelers wants to go for a push. Snorlax with a huge heavy slam into the backline with a block. Taking down Charizard, taking down Trevenant, and now instead it's the Victory Road getting an opportunity to push.
So they're the ones that are going to give themselves a decent lead here as Verdant Anger comes through, but it doesn't connect with anybody. The beam will, though, as they take down Blaziken. Boosted comes through, gets hit by Laura as they try and stop more scoring coming through from the Victory Road, but they're already retreating here. They've only lost 1 Pokemon out of all of that, and they actually find Zacian as well.
The Psyduck will also go down, but right now these teams just going back and forth in this bottom path looking for opportunities to score some more points, and if any team needs to do it, it is going to be the Banana Peelers. Late Unite move there from the Snorlax. They will just power nap right on top of their goal zone to make sure that no further damage is done. But now that we're under the 3-minute mark, these teams are down to the wire in terms of experience. No one is level 13 just yet on Banana Peelers, and they need to start getting some experience to make sure that they are there.
Regieleki's going to be taken by the Victory Road. That TC part is still up, so it's not that much of a concern, but any advantage you can get, you will take. Reggie's still here with 30 seconds to rip it. Banana Peelers will be able to, but look, Caesar is ready to go on in with this overheat. The beam from Cherry King ready to fall, and they do lock it in. Good beam from you as well, but it's just a little bit too late.
Yeah, that's going to be really good for Banana Peelers going into this final fight, but they have to watch out for where this Zoroark is positioned. They are on their side, and Banana Peelers does not know, and they can't really engage on anything until they know where that Zoroark is. Also, they have a goal zone open in that bottom path, so you got to be careful if anybody's going for some back caps. Banana Peelers are the team that is behind, so they're the team that needs to make the first move here. Venusaur does do that by poking a little bit at this Mew, but nobody has fully engaged just yet.
I feel like Chari's waiting for someone to go for the flank. They're throwing that sludge bomb into the bush, expecting someone to be able to go there, and it's just being wary of it as we do have a good push here. There's the beam, massive effort from Kree again as they dive on in. They find the Blaziken and the Snorlax. Zacian has fallen though as Banana Peelers look to get a good approach here. Seismic Slam connects. Mew is sent back to the Pokemon Center. Now it is all down to this Psyduck and Zoroark to find this secure.
I have no idea what the Zoroark was doing. They didn't even try to go in to that fight, but now they don't really have much of an opportunity besides going for the objective secure. Now we do have Psyduck and Snorlax back, and Banana Peelers was not able to finish the Groudon. Now everyone is back right now, Tano, so they're not able to finish it. Charizard goes down. Kree's getting very low as well. Venusaur goes for a beam, not able to get it. It is the victory road. The Blaziken gets the Groudon secure.
Husky, there was a beam from Venusaur, there was a Sovereign Sword trying to secure that as well, but Victory Road come out on top, 30 seconds left, unsurmountable points going in here for Banana Peelers are going to be unable to catch up. Victory Road are going to take this with a 2-1 victory.
It was our prediction in the end. Victory Road started out strong, dropped the second game, and then came back stronger in game number 3. They are going to be going up to 8-3, dropping Banana Peelers down to 7-4.
What a set that ended up being, though. And it's that final moments where they managed to find the pick onto the Snorlax, but they didn't take down Brat quick enough to go for the rip. They had their Unite move still, and as soon as Snorlax was back, a Power Nap is all they needed to cause the disruption for Victory Road to find those KOs.
Just one of those moments you realize you do not have the rip that you actually need to be able to get it done before everybody comes back. Like, that game looked very won for Banana Peelers, but they were just not able to take down the Groudon fast enough.
Oh, that was so good, though. What an effort from both teams. And let's have a look at these stats. Hiyori showcasing their skills yet again, but Mephil, this is the ranged attacker to keep an eye on for this team. 7 KOs coming through with the assists. The Surfs were on point as well.
Yeah, the Surfs, usually you don't see Mew go into that move as much, but they were really prioritizing a lot of that CC. Ended up getting them the 7-7 and hitting those 6-digit damage numbers as well, over 100,000. It's not that it's like impossible to see it on a Mew, but for an attacker that often plays a support role, it is surprising sometimes when you remember how much damage it can actually do.
Yeah, it really is. And I mean, usually when you have the debate of do I go for Mew, do I go for Venusaur, and you're thinking, you know, in a sense of ranged attacker for the beams, you go, oh, Venusaur every day of the week. But Mephil really showcasing themselves here, like, yeah, I've got other stuff that I can provide to the team as well as a huge amount of damage that they just cannot catch or deal with.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, just what a game for Victory Road. And Banana Peelers as well had a fantastic game, fantastic set. And I feel like this is kind of exactly what we predicted with today being as exciting as it was. A lot of shakeups. So keep an eye on the rosters as well, because the rosters, the standings is the word I'm trying to think of for as we move even closer to the playoffs.
Yeah, next week is going to be week 12, the final week of the regular season. Let's get the standings up so we can have a nosy at what it currently looks like and the changes that have happened because of these really important games today. And after week 12, we'll be going on into week 13, I believe, is what Shivam is letting me know about, which is when we kick off with the playoffs as well. So I mean, it's been such a joy doing this league, and we've got even more action for it because after the playoffs, the top 6 will qualify for EUL Masters.
Yes, and talk a little bit about what EUL Masters is. Not because I don't know, but
it's that
because
secretive, Husky, that we don't even know yet, or at least I don't even know yet. We haven't been told.
It sounds pretty important. Masters, that is the highest rank that you can get in Pokemon Unite, so I imagine it's pretty important.
I have been told, though, that it's very exciting what's going to be announced, so yeah, keep an eye on that. I can't wait. I mean, I'm literally on the edge of my seat waiting to see what it is as well. So, and the fact that it's top 6 teams kind of tells you how coveted it's going to be to get into that league.
Yeah, top 6 in the entirety of EUL. These teams have been playing for 12 weeks now, trying to get into the playoffs, and it's hard to believe that it is fast approaching. We are right there at the playoffs. And I'm interested to see what the standings are. Let's bring those up right now so that we can check it out for these teams still ultimate in that top spot.
Impressive. 20 points as well. That's 20 game wins they have found in this league so far. They've only lost 2 It's just, you can't state how impressive that is. An 11 win streak means they've won every single week. Looking at the other two, the Mana though, Ghatlue and Matin actually go under the enemies here based on the amount of points that they've managed to earn with games. The Victory Road, of course, on top of Banana Peelers. Do you like Pineapple leapfrog not only Mia Familia, but also Crash Out GG?
Yeah, we've got some shakeups as well. Like looking at these records, like Ultimate definitely stands out, but some of these other top teams are very within 1 or 2 sets of getting their spots taken from them. And we will see in week 12 and 13 some of these opportunities for these spots to be shaken up even further.
Of course, it's top 12 that make it through to the playoffs, so it's that battle between Azeri Esports and Verbs Esports and Plus Ultra down there that really do matter. So make sure you tune in next week to see how that one goes. And just looking at the matchups that we've got here, thank you so much, team. It's going to be Banana Peelers taking on Mia Familia for week 12. Victory Road are going to take on Ghatlue and Matin. Do you like Pineapple are going to take on Plus Ultra, so that's a tough mountain for Plus Ultra to take on. Ultimate are going to be taking on Verbs Esports, and the enemies taking on Los Duros, as well as Sharma Squad taking on Azeri Esports. So those games, for the people that are on the lower side of this league, Husky, they have got the worst kind of opponents they could go up against.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. I mean, for the lower ranked teams that need to win a couple sets to cement their spot and their seeding, this is probably not the week for them. This is probably a difficult one for them to have to deal with. You know, thinking like Verbs Esports having to go up against Ultimate. I mean, that would be crazy. Imagine they're the team that takes the set off of like a cinema, honestly. That would be absolutely crazy. But yeah, these next couple weeks are shaping up to be really interesting.
Cannot wait. Let's have a shout out to our incredible team here, though, chat. None of this would be possible without so many amazing people working behind the scenes. Our producer today, Sinek, coming in and providing us with all that we need. Of course, our observers, Shivam and Rosanda. Huge shout out to them. I mean, Shivam is just the most incredible person ever. We wouldn't be able to do any of this without them, so a special shout out, especially. And for me, the stats are so interesting. We get to see so much. So, Dio Eva, thank you so much for those stats as well.
Yeah, huge shout outs to our entire team. And also, we're streaming on Ghatlue's channel. Big shout out to Ghatlue for being the host of EUL and everybody else involved in the entire production of this event. It's been super fun and really successful. Shout out to the teams as well for showing up, improving, and everything else. My cat has just arrived to also close out the stream.
Oh, look at that, guys. We also got Husky's cat. I mean, what more could you want? Oh.
Yeah, little mister. He's got a little bow tie on, and him is ready, right?
So professional. Oh, thank you so much, Husky, for joining me here. I know you've not been very well, bless you, but it has been an absolute pleasure to cast alongside you.
Always a pleasure. I need to rest my voice a little bit before I can teach again on Monday. But thank you, of course, for having me. Always awesome to see these games.
All right, guys, we're going to call it there. Have a good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are. And we will catch you next week for week 12 and week 13. You can catch me on my channel on Wednesday as well for some of these games that weren't covered live. And it is going to be exciting, exciting, exciting. Thanks a lot, guys. We'll catch you later.